And just like that, the timer's expired. Alright everyone, I'm completely unprepared for tonight's stream, but let's just go ahead and see what happens anyway. What are we doing tonight? We are doing 3D stuff. Let's actually, let's go into... Actually, no, wait, first, we got announcements to make, don't we? Let me get my browser open. Wrong browser, come on, man. Always the wrong browser. We drag that over here. Nope. Wrong window. Better idea. Let's drag this guy over there. Aha! Get that over here. Get this guy over there. Alright, that kind of works out. I'll close this window, maybe. Anyways, so, well, everyone on the stream right now already knows about this, but anyone on YouTube that's seeing this after the fact, this is kind of, it would be a late announcement anyway. Who's this for? Anyways, so the theme, which is still pretty much entirely optional, for the 25th anniversary of the Sega Saturn video game competition, has been chosen. So if you want to synergize with everyone else working in the competition, the theme will be High Fantasy and Magic. So if you make stuff along those lines, maybe you can steal some assets from other people that are also working on some similar stuff. Most of us will be pushing stuff onto GitHub. And after tonight, hopefully, at least one or two people will be able to handle animations in 3D using Z-Stream Engine, which is the code I'm blatantly stealing. So, first caveat is that I am currently using an old engine of Z-Stream Engine from a previous release of Sonic Z-Stream from XL2, as he is so graciously provided to us. And now that I've got pretty much everything working in the game that I was struggling with for the past like 6 streams or so in terms of collision, I'm about to change up everything by using the new Z-Stream engine, which is supposed to work well, or supposed to work with the new Z-Stream model converter, which from what I hear has a nifty little preview, although I haven't actually gotten around to opening it up yet because I'm lazy and I've been busy in my real life job. So let's see if I can't. Do I want to open a window up? How do I do this? Are you sure? Because from what I remember being told by XL2 was that the base units for the models changed. So the entities are now stored in kind of like a modified fixed format, an 8.8 as opposed to 16.16. So I don't know if there's going to be some weird stuff happening if I suddenly start changing code. So let's first let's get into Blender and just make something, and then we'll worry about trying to actually put it on screen. So do I have? Let me just make a generic. Here's what I'm looking at on my screen window. And then you guys can see what I'm doing. Huh, I already have a display capture. What's going on with that? Whoops. Yeah, this is what happens when you edit. As soon as you edit on the fly, essentially. Let me Actually, Shane, maybe you can help me out with this. Is there a way to capture only a portion of the screen so that, you know, I get my proper pixel by pixel What are you guys even talking about? I'm totally missing this conversation. Model converter, what? No? Oh, hey! Randomon's finally subscribed after Months and months of pestering. Thank you, Random Mons. So here's the thing. I'm not trying to do a window capture. I'm trying to do a full-on display capture, but I guess I should send it to back or something like that. Oh, actually, that was probably the actual solution there. All right. Didn't even think of that. Drag that all the way to the bottom. Very bottom. Oh boy, that broke stuff. Yeah, let me add a little square here or something like that. Yeah, like I broke my chat box. Obviously, this is what happens when you edit live on screen. Let me see. Let me see if I can make some changes here. Let me add a black box. This is what I mean by absolutely zero prep. Like, I have not prepared at all for today. I just kind of jumped on just to get this done. Oh, well that's not convenient. There, that ought to do. Good enough, probably, yeah? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay, I did make it back up, but this is basically what we're doing now. This is how this is happening. So, let me turn off this guy. Oh, now I can use more screen area. That's interesting. That's different. Maybe I ought to resize this guy to try and match up what I'm doing. Just want to kind of line this up right over here. And yeah, that was a mistake. Okay. Let's undo all that. And I'll just resize all this stuff. Like this. Yeah, crop is not much of an option with what I'm working with right now, but this ought to do, I hope. Yeah, this works. Yeah, I had everything set up just perfect for the code capture, but now I'm doing a screen capture, so here we are. Okay, now let's actually get back down to business now that we're like 10 minutes into the stream. We're trying to do essentially a basic animation. So the most basicest animation that I can think of is, let's pretend this is a gelatinous cube or some sort of cubic jelly enemy that, because we're on the Saturn, is going to be completely opaque. And then I guess we're going to make the corners wiggle or something as if it's taking damage. Or that. I mean, I was just going to make it kind of wiggle a bit. You know, like it's jiggling. Like Jello. Okay, so first thing we're doing, let's say this is fine. I'm gonna call this What am I going to call this? Wow, I totally forgot what I was doing after months and months and months of not doing any sort of material stuff. Where are you? Let me expand this a little bit. Oh, there's some stuff over there that I wasn't seeing. So let's just call this, we'll make it a solid color. We'll make it like, no, we'll make it real texture. We'll make like a 32 by 32 texture. Just call it jelly. Make it jelly.tng. Oh, you're right. We want to get rid of all that extra stuff. Okay. Now everything's empty. We got our cube. Let's, do we want to center it? I think we want to center it. Yeah, there we go. The scale is 1, 1, 1, but that means it's a 2 by 2 by 2 cube. So let's make the scale 0.5. And that should give us a 1 by 1 by 1 cube, so I'll have like a cubic meter set point here. Let's add a material, and let's call this one, again, I want to make it jelly, and we're going to make it jelly.tng, and it's going to be like a crappy little texture, and it's going to apply to all the faces. Permanent entity tab. Let me see. Huh. Oh yeah, we're going to need this for what? Backface calling? Yeah, that's going to be a thing. Textured solid. Okay, well, we're gonna let Z-Dream Tools take care of the rest of this. What is this music? This is going off the list. What is this from? I don't remember this at all from Sonic Mania. I just added Sonic Mania stuff to this, and that was a bit much. They can't all be winners. There we go. Everyone likes Studiopolis. Yeah, that was energetic to the point of distracting. Okay, so we have our permanent entities here, and I remember to check off this backface calling because that's going to be important for saving rendering time, so that we're not rendering the inside of the cube, because that's not necessary. All the materials are jelly, so all these faces are going to be jelly, so they're all going to have the same texture. Let's say that we're good here. Let me save this. Save as, where do I have my 3D resources? Maybe it's up in game dev. I gotta go up 2 folders. Do I have 3D resources, ideas, all my other side projects that none of you know about? There's my, let's just make a 3D folder, or 3D assets. Just call it 3D models. That way I can, oh, whoops. Call this guy Jelly. Ponut, you're totally lost me on that one. I don't even know what that Bedlam's Fost. Is that like an exclamation that I've never heard before? Is this like an old-timey thing? Like Core Blimey or something, like something you expect from a Englishman? Okay, so we got our guys here. Essentially, from what I understand from what XL2 told me, we're going to make a primary keyframe with, you know, all the points on it, and we're going to export that as a singular object. And then we're going to create vertex animations, which is essentially, I'm just going to move these vertices to different keyframes, and that will constitute the animation. So we'll make like a couple points of animation of this thing kind of like jiggling as if it's getting struck. I don't even know what Beach Wagon is. I don't know what you're referring to. You entirely lost me on that one. Apparently we don't talk enough for me to catch all this stuff. Okay. Ponut original. Alright. So, let us, first off, I need to set up keyframes, do I not? How am I going to do that? Let's open up an internet window. I refuse to believe that anyone else has said that in the history of the world before you, Shane. Oh, whoa, what's going on? Okay, oh, I'm opening up internet windows. Okay, let's do a quick Google search off to the side. Blender keyframes? I believe it's keyframes. Or Blender, what we really want is vertex animation. Oh boy, Reddit. This is gonna be an interesting find. Let's, yes, you can hook a vertex. Control-Alt-H. What? No, we're not looking for something that's an add-on. We're looking for, Well, yeah, because what I'm doing, we're doing a basic example here. I'm going to make a gelatinous cube. So, I've already got paint.net open over here, and I'm just going to end up making... Oh, I can expand this now. I'm just going to end up making like a 32 by 32. This is what the surface of a cube looks like. And then what I want to do is I just want to jiggle the toggle pose mode. Oh, we can make keyframes with toggle pose. Oh, okay. So, are the keyframes down here? This is honestly the first time I've ever done this. Like I said, zero prep today. Oh, is this a keyframe down here? Current frame. Can I do frame number 2? And then start editing? I'm assuming... Oh, crap. No, no, no. Undo, undo, undo. No, undo! Let go. Thank you. Jeez. Okay. Now, the first thing I need to do is decide where forward is, and I believe... this is what forward looks like. So, Y is vertical, X is to the right positive, and Z should be behind me? Yes, I believe Z is behind me. I think this is the Saturn orientation, right? Okay. Oh, I'm still in object mode. Whoops. You can tell it's been a while since I've done anything. We got vertex animation already. Let's let go of everyone. So let's I'm assuming that the positive Y direction is the top when we push it to the Saturn. Is that the case? Oops. Okay. We're gonna get some of the Phantasy Star Online players on the stream, maybe, if I just send an invite out. So you work with Z up, and then I guess because I don't remember making all these special considerations before, but let me see. So Z up, then Y forward. I believe this would make the front-facing thing. So I'm not sure if I should put positive X to the right or behind me. It's hard to remember. Let's do a let me assign some mesh points, or assign a different texture to the front of the jelly. Like, I'll just make it a different color or something, just to make sure that I know what I'm doing. So this, I'm gonna put it on the negative Y face, that there's a jelly front or a J front. Let's add a new texture. Call this J front. Right? Whoa. Okay. What just happened? Oh, that's a search bar. Okay. Let me rename that J front. I'm gonna assign that to. Oh, let's select this guy. I'm gonna assign him J front and then jelly. Select. Should be the other 5 faces. Okay. So So if this is the front, we'll find out when I make the two different selections, or the two different textures. Oh yeah, I had some weird internet issues that it was either a combination of a thunderstorm that we had earlier, or me messing with the router to get the DreamPie working. Anyways, let's get back into edit mode, and this time I'm just going to edit some vertices. So let's try to select this guy. There we are. Why are these coordinates so off? Is the whole object off? Let me go back in the object mode. The object is in... I don't like this look. Oh, that's a 3D cursor. Crap! Undo. Stop that. Control Z. There we go. Well, the object appears to be in the correct scale and the correct location, so maybe I'm going crazy here. We're gonna look at this individual point. Oh, okay, that's a vertex. I was looking at 3D cursor location. I was totally off. Okay, let's make this shrink slowly. So there's gonna be along the X and the Y, we're gonna go 0.95. And then minus 0.95. And then something similar over here, we're going to go minus 0.95. This might be too subtle. Let me do minus 0.6. And then minus 0.6. There we go. And then this guy can be 0.6. Minus 0.6, and then these guys will kind of fly back in a similar fashion. So this is going to be 1.5, 1.5. What is this music and why is it playing? Nope, that's off the list. So is this. This is a downer. We get some better music for this thing. Oh, there we go. Sonic Adventure again. Trace line square. Okay. Wait, what? Shape keys and vertex groups. Let me see if I can even find that. Yeah, you're going to have to tell me which menu, because this thing is nothing but menus. Oh, whoops. Okay, the right side. Yeah. Let's see. Object data, constraints, modifiers. Is it in here somewhere? There's mesh displays, motion tracking. I don't know what that's for. I'm not gonna mess with that. Mesh analysis. Trace triangle, 3-point triangle. Okay, so we go into just data. I guess it's called data. Oh, and we can create a vertex group. Let me just call top front. And I'm going to assign... okay, let me click that. Oh, did I finish deforming this last one? Let me finish deforming this last one. Minus 1.5 and I believe 1.5. And then we can look at it, and the jelly kind of like backed out. Oh, wait, what's going on down here? Okay, that's good. Oh, that's right, we're working on quads, and this is weird. We can't do this to our jelly like that. That's not quite what it's meant to do. Shane, technically this song is from Sonic Mania, but yeah, it's basically a Sonic and Knuckles song. See, I gotta make all three of these points coplanar, because this is too weird for the rendering guy to handle. Okay, to avoid any weird conflicts inside the Sega Saturn, let's move this backwards. Let me do this 0.6. This guy is going to be minus 0.6. There, now everything's nice and coplanar, and I just kind of squish it. I don't want the system to handle it great because that means I don't know what it's actually going to look like when I do it. I mean, I know it'll do its best to run it and make sense of it, but I still don't want it to do that. Like, I want to have full control of the model. But yeah, okay, so I have the top front vertex group. Let's take that, and then that. Oh, shift. There we go. Select 2 of them, assign that. And then let's add a top back vertex group. There we go. Got top back. So, top front, there we go. That's there. Top back, there we go, that's there. Okay, so we created our vertex groups. What are these for? Okay, well, let's make a shape key. I don't even know what a shape key is, though. That's a problem. I don't even have the option to make a shape key. What's up with that? Okay, well, let's try going back to the original keyframe, or... Oh! I wasn't doing what I thought I was doing. I'm on the first keyframe, and it's still almost up. Object mode. I don't like that moving these different frames. That I thought these were the frames. Okay. Let me just call this body. What does this do? It only says... Okay, there we go. Apply shape keys in edit mode for meshes only. Well, yeah, but it's easier to know where it is on the menu. I got it. I got a shape key, and I think it's assigned to this thing, which I now have to undo the edits I just did just to make sure that I'm starting from the right animations. It's gonna be 1, minus 1. It's gonna be minus 1, minus 1, 1, 1. Minus 1, 1, 1. There we go. And this kind of looks like a still square, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah, it's still basically a cube. So the shape key should be applied to everything, I think. Or at least it describes everything. Actually, let me just double check to make sure I'm still in quad bases. I don't even know where to check for that anymore. It's been too long. Yeah, whatever. Oh, okay. So this is neutral. Okay. And now we're going to do damage 1. Okay. So we have neutral and we have damage 1. These are our 2 shape keys. And I don't know what these vertex groups are even for anymore. So the neutral and the damage 1. Okay. Oh, okay. So frame 1, or frame 2, The value should be, I think, 1. And then in frame 1, the value should be 0. But why is this not the frame that I'm on? Current frame. Yeah, I'm on frame 1. Value should be 0. If I'm on frame 2, I want the value to be 1. So why doesn't it stick? Yeah, let me put the end frame at like... Let's just do 4 frames, okay? And then I'll try to zoom in here. Can I zoom in? Is that an option? Okay, Alt lets me travel, that's neat. Is this the zoom? This is the zoom. That's stupid. I drag the edges of these circle things, I guess. Okay. So I should have essentially 4 keyframes, and I want each keyframe to be a different thing. I'm just going to have a very static animation here. Alright, how do I do that then? How do I edit the timeline? Just gotta play around in Blender while I figure out what's going on, I guess. So we're gonna go from neutral shape key to a damage 1 shape key, and then I guess I'm gonna have a damage 2 and a damage 3 and a damage 4. Okay, so I want damage 1 to be edited. I'm gonna have to select these guys. Can I select 2? Let's see. I'm assuming that they're already set because there's no option not to. Oh, crap. Alright. Okay, well, I'm right-clicking. Yeah, there we go. Well, okay, just... Oh, okay, I'll actually select the points. Okay, the points are selected. So I've made the actual selection of the points that are going to be animating during this keyframe. Alright, well, I can do that. Okay, so let's do the same thing we did before, except with the point and not the line. So let's shrink this into... Wait, why is... I'm just noticing this. The vertex, they're at -1 and 1. Shouldn't it be at -0.5 and 0.5? Huh. That's bothering me now. Okay, local coordinate. So this all gets scaled anyway. There we go. Let's do which way is forward again? Okay, so let's do 0.3 for you. And then maybe back a bit. You, 0.3 and then back a bit. And then 0.3, back 1, 0.3, back 1. There we go. So the jelly is going to squeeze in a little bit. And kind of shift itself back. Ah, this thing can back up a bit more. Let's get weird with it. Oh, we can make it lopsided. That kind of makes sense. I like that. But I want... Oh, no, that's right. Maybe this can move forward. This moved back by an extra 2, so this can move forward by an extra 2. Is that flat? It's not quite flat. I need to do some math to see how flat it needs to be, but I feel like this is flat enough. There we go. That probably needs to be in a vertex group as well. And assign. Okay, so if I go to this shape key, oh, that's neat. So I'm gonna whack it with a stick and just go like this. So whack, whack, whack. And I think I can try to interpolate this over like 4 frames, right? So if I'm going to run this game at 30 frames, let's say I want this animation to take like 1/8 of a second to get up front, and 1/8 of a second to get back. Let's do some calculations here. So 30 frames divided by 8. So yeah, 4 frames there, 4 frames back, or 4 frames there, 3 frames back to make a full round trip. So let's do a full 7, 0 to 7. Yeah, so I'm gonna make it mostly lime jello, and the front is gonna be blueberry or whatever. So from 0, it's going to transform into the full damage state from keyframe 1, 2, and then 3. It will be there. Or 3 or 4. No, it'll be there fully at 4, and then it's going to slowly transform back by the time it hits 8. Then I guess I need that 8. Oh, okay, so I only need 2 keyframes. That's fine with me. I'm good with that. I like how you have my mention in there to make sure I see that. Because I was about to maybe make this thing a lot harder than it needed to be. Okay, so how are we using the timeline for this one? There's actually, end's going to be 1. We have frame 0 is this. And then frame 1 should be this guy. And let's go back up to object mode. I'm assuming frame 1 means relative value 1, and then if I go back to frame 0... Nope, that didn't hold. Huh. Yeah, of course I do. How do I make keyframes? Oh, whoops. Okay. Set start frame. Set end frame. Okay. Let me just... Oh, crap. What did I just... Oh, okay, tab does that. That's interesting. Pose mode? What's pose mode? Let's ask the internet first. Blender. Add keyframe. I can spell. Select the default. There you go, Wikipedia. They're always good for... Okay, press I, choose location. This will insert a keyframe at frame 1. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Let's try that. Let's try our start frame as frame 1 and our end frame as frame 2. We'll go to frame 1. And what did we press? Press I. Let's save first before I screw something up. Insert keyframes in specified keying settings. Okay. No suitable context for the active keying set. What? Oh, okay. Let me just toggle pose mode then. Should that not have worked? Well, I'm gonna have to download it and put it on MP3 first. Okay, right. Object selected. Toggle, pose mode. Am I in pose mode? I can't even tell, there's nothing indicating it. No lamps, 1 object, 12 tries. I don't want tries, I want quads. Okay, I'm assuming that's I. Well, this changed. What was that? Why is my location yellow now? Location, rotation, scale. I believe I'm here. I think this is it. Oh, okay, this thing. Alright. So these guys are where they are. Okay, that data is keyframed. Now I'm gonna go to... What do I just go to the next frame? Okay, so I went to frame 2 and I added my 100% transformation to damage 1 shape key. Then I'm assuming if I just press I, location, rotation, scale, that will insert the keyframe with these things here. Thing is that what that did is that locked in the transformation for the object itself, but it does not appear to have locked in the transformation for the different shape keys. So these guys haven't changed at all between these two anyway, which is what I expect, because this is the center of the object. There's no rotation on it, and the scale is, 50%, making it a 1 by 1 by 1. I'm in object mode. And it says it's still in neutral, but I think it should be... okay, fine. Forget it. Edit mode. How do I get rid of a keyframe? Okay, Alt-I. Did that do anything? How do I even tell? How do I even see which keyframes are actual keyframes? Because Alt-I does not appear to be doing anything. Let me go back in object mode and see if that does something. Delete keyframe. Okay, there we go. Interpolate. There we are. Okay, now let's go back in edit mode. That part only works in object mode. So we're in edit mode now. Let me go back in object mode. Delete the keyframe. Let's start from scratch. Go in edit mode. We're in neutral state. Okay, yeah, right. I mean, I'm doing everything by mouse so that I actually can see what's going on here. Why? Hey, wait, my tags aren't showing up. That's not good. Okay. Well, I'm just wondering what XL2 did to do whatever he did. So I have XL2's Sonic Z Dream here. So maybe if I can find a blend object in here somewhere. Probably not in his garbage. Oh, these are all CDP files. Where does he hide all his Blender objects? Is it going to be in the model converter itself? That probably would have been a good place to start, is just the model converter. So let's look at something basic. Here's a drill, and here's... Oh my goodness. Whoa, okay, this is a bit big. Let's see what XL2 did on his model. We'll try to see if we can find the same features. I can't even tell what's going on with half this crap. I don't know why this is open. Everything appears to be blacked out because I guess... Oh, he's still got his lamp in, so apparently that's optional. This is what happens when you start a stream without without any prep. This is yeah. Actually, I don't think this model's going to have any animation on it. Let me try... do we want to quit? Yes, I want to quit. Let me try the Sonic model. I know for a fact Sonic has animation on him because he's the main freaking character. Oh boy. Okay, let's move this crap off to the side, and then we can focus on Sonic over here. There we are. And I'm sure he's got different animations here. Where's that N? Okay, there we go. So he's got a UV map, which is weird because I've never seen a UV app on this model before, or anything for Z-Stream tools. Okay, let me open up my Discord, see what's going on over there. Okay, let's open up with what Ponut has sent me, and that will probably also work. Oh, here's his little pony. Aha. One of these things will tell us what we need to know. I'm assuming all these things down here are different forms of keyframe. Okay, what's Z? Oh my goodness. Wow, that looks magnificently complicated. Yes, what I want to do is definitely different. You've got a fully articulated model, looks like. It's got like bones and stuff. Also, everything's quads, right? I forget, there's a flag somewhere to make sure everything's quads. You don't have backface calling. What? Okay. Bottom left of the screen, select dope sheet. That's some dope sheet. I'm not sure I see it. Really? I don't believe that. Definitely I have used it before and it has worked on a previous. Okay, well, that's how I flagged it in the Blender file last time. That's how I fixed it. I thought so. Saturn should be able to take 40 characters on a standard print statement if you're going through SGL. That's odd that it doesn't do anything. I thought it did something. I always check it just in case. Because I remember it changing something last time when I was doing the 3D birthday blast. 40, not 48. Sorry. 40. 40. 20 plus 20. Okay, I can't find this dope sheet option that you're talking about. Is it under view or something? Oh, there it is. Neat. Holy crap. Whoof. Alright. We're gonna have to take some time to parse what's going on here. Okay. Okay, so vertex by vertex animation shouldn't be too bad. Obviously, Ponut is doing, you know, fully articulated pony movements. I'm guessing you've got like some captured footage of a horse in full gallop or something, and you're doing some sort of rotoscoped modeling against it or something. I don't know. So let's go back to my model and open up some dope sheet. Hey man, it looks good for an eyeballed pony. So I've got none of what you've got up there. Apparently I have one keyframe. That's probably not even real. Are we in pose mode? We're in pose mode. How do you get into pose mode? How is that not... I don't have a pose mode. Alright, first let's try to delete that keyframe that I accidentally made anyway. No keyframe. Okay, so there's no keyframe. That's just there. Interesting. This thing's totally selected right now. It's highlighted. That's a select. It just doesn't have a keyframe. Yeah. So we're going to try, and we're not going to do a full pony here, but we are going to try to just make a little gelatinous cube jiggle from... Okay, well, let's go into edit mode so we can actually see what I made. Go from neutral to damaged and back. We're going to apply textures later. I got to make those textures. But we got to do that through the dope sheet, I assume. And we need to find out how to get into pose mode for a thing that doesn't have the option of pose mode. Okay, on the left, what do we got? Okay, right, this thing. Not much to it. There's nothing here. I mean, yeah, I'm clicking on it, nothing's happening. There's a expand, contract thing, but there's nothing attached to it. It's empty. Yeah. Maybe, yeah. So let's see. If I right-click in here, there's no pop-up options. I feel like Blender is a powerful tool, but it's not very intuitive. So every time I'm using this, I feel like I'm relearning the wheel. The dope sheet? Says it's a dope sheet. It's either key or channel, or... Oh, there we go. Shape key editor. Neat. So I guess we want a keyframe here on 1, right? 1. Okay. So we're gonna put neutral here. Can we do that? Or is neutral like a privileged frame? Okay. And then over here on 1, we're gonna put it at 0. Oh, well that was easy. So can we preview this somehow? Like, can we do like a... Yeah. You figured it out, and by proxy, the whole stream figured it out. So congratulations, everyone, but mostly Ponut. I want to see how this looks in kind of like a... I don't know if I can force this to run at 30 frames per second. I don't know what it's assuming. I also want to make sure I'm rendering quads and not tries, because we are on the Saturn. .5. Wait, did I do this right? We go 0, quarter, 50, 75, 1, 75, quarter, or 50, quarter, 0.25, and 0. Yeah, but I was kind of aiming at roughly a quarter-second damage animation here. So how do we even preview this? Okay, so what do we have? We have our action editor. I don't even know how to get the timeline back after we've got rid of it. Oh, there it is. So we go from 0 to, or 1 to 9. Yeah. And then playback. Is there a way to edit how fast this thing is? I mean, I like the animation. It's nice. Good enough for my purposes. But I want to play it in the time that I'm expecting it to play. I'm going to try and lock the game at 30 frames. Make sure that this is because this feels slow. I'm assuming it's playing it at like 24 hertz or something like that. Well, let's ask the internet. Okay, where's the internet? Wow, I'm slowly unlearning how to use a computer. So let's try Blender. What am I trying to find? Change frame rate. Oh, or I could just listen to Ponut because he knows what he's doing. Camera on the right. Okay, so this guy. Oh, see, I knew it. It was at 24. What? How did I know that? This still feels kind of slow, but I feel like it's acceptable. There we go. Anti-aliasing. We don't do that here. This is the Saturn. We take our jaggedness. Shane, if I do 60, I will have a maximum of 1 enemy on the screen with my collision physics. That is no longer tenable. I have to do 30. That's just how it is now. If I was doing a 2D game, it could be 60. Okay, so let's try to... oh, did I already apply my... Let me go in edit mode, select face... Oh, okay, we can stop playback now. Thank you. Select... Okay, so that's the front face. Okay. J front, and there's jelly. Okay. It's gonna go twice as fast. But... it won't help us at all because the Blender is not... We're not rendering a video here. Blender's not going to do anything with that frame rate. It has nothing to do with what we're exporting to the Saturn. So if we wanted to make this 60, it's just going to look that much faster. But I'm rendering at 30 because I'm going to be rendering in game at 30. I want to know how fast it's going to go. So this is like a Dungeons and Dragons gelatinous cube enemy that I'm planning here. This is just the most basic type you can get. Because the Saturn can't do transparencies without a lot of post-processing and software rendering, it's just going to be a solid jelly cube. Yeah, let's take a look at that again, because I feel like it needs more appreciation for how much crap is in here. Like, let me see how wide this is. It goes all the way to frame 420. I refuse to believe that's not on purpose. Let me see if I can get... okay, yeah, from frame 0 to frame 420, it looks like. So let's go over to the timeline and do the full animation and see what happens. How do I turn off the wireframe again? Right, Z. Okay, so we have... He's even done us the favor of texturing it so we can actually see what's going on here. So let's try playing all the animations in the game. There's your little canter. Oh, do I only have... oh, you've selected... Oh, I want to see the full animation spread. There we go. So we're going from all the frames. So there's your jump, there's your air wobble. There's a land, I think. There's a backing up while looking around. There's a slight turn. I don't know why you space out your frames like that. That's, I guess, that organization for you. It helps you keep track of stuff. Some jump, I think. Some gallop. Yeah, so, I mean, obviously, this file is probably the best example for how to put together this Blender file if you want to do that 3D full animation with Z-Dream Tools. Ponut, you are using the current version of Z-Dream Tools, right? Current exporter. Okay, so let's stop this, and then Blender. Okay, you can calm down, sir. That's enough. So frames, I believe frames 5 through 9 are repetitions. Let me go back and check the dope sheet. So yeah, I want to render frames 1 through 5 and skip the rest of the frames. So let me leave the last few frames off. So the only unique frames are frames 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's going to be ramping up a quarter at a time from 0 to 100% damage state. And I'm going to try and quickly ramp between those guys as an animation. Let me grab a drink real quick. I'm kind of thirsty. Okay, so we have a basic animation. Let's try to... let me texture it first. We're going to do a basic, super crappy texture. So, what size? 32 pixel by 32 pixel. That feels all right. So first, let's do the basic jelly. Gonna make him green. Oh, let's do a green backdrop and use the brush tool to make some semblance of artistic merit. Green with slight blue highlights, I guess. Okay. And we'll save that as a TGA file. Oh, these are my old textures. Huh. Let's make sure all these textures actually work. Okay. Game dev, 3D models. Let's call this jelly.tga, and I believe the other one was going to be, we want 32-bit uncompressed. Oh, I might look into that. Thing is, every time I use GIMP, I get super confused. Okay. Let's close out of this pony stuff. It's impressive and it's making me look bad. So we have, what are the materials we need to do? We need jelly and JFront. So we have jelly. Let's do JFront now. Let's just do a crappy blue front, and then take a paintbrush with some bluish green highlights. Maybe I make a little face here. There we go. Kind of some semblance of a face there, but it's really just jelly highlights, I guess. Okay, well, I mean, I don't want to complicate my setup if GIMP can't even do what I want it to do. So I think Paint.net is the perfect option. It's simple. It's close enough to Microsoft Paint where I know how to use it. It's free, and I can do this. So it's going to be jfront.tga, 32-bit uncompressed. And the Blender file. Let's save this Blender file, and we have to export it as what? Okay, we're gonna export an object. Thank God for Ponut making up for my complete lack of preparation. So what do we need? We need, I'm sure there's a bunch of modifiers here that we need to make sure that are selected. Forward. Wait, no, let's make sure these are right. So right now, Z up is my up, and Y forward is my forward. So let's make sure that that agrees with what I'm exporting here. There we go. It already knows what I'm doing now. Okay. Do we need to check off animation? Do tick apply modifiers. Okay. Include edges? Do I include edges? Smooth groups. Right normals. Include UVs. We don't use UVs. Right materials. Yes, we need the materials. Triangulate faces. No. Do not do that. Right NURBS. Polygroups. Objects is objects. That makes sense, I guess. Scale 1. Alright. So do these options look fine to you, Ponut? You think this tracks? There we go. Not selection only, not animation, applied modifiers, include edges, not smooth groups, not fit flag smooth groups. What's Blender default? What are you talking about? Right normal. Oh, you mean like whatever these things were checked as? Right normals don't include. I turned off UVs though. But I don't use any UVs anyway, because UVs don't do anything in ZTreen tools. I think it just ignores them then. Okay. I don't think keeping vertex order is important, and scaling of 1 is probably good enough. Okay. So, let's go into the model converter, and we're going to have an input of jelly. Let's do all caps. Jelly! Gotta yell it. Let me go grab some stuff from the other folder here and copy it in. Let's take my 3D model. I got jelly.object and then the 2 jelly texture files. Oh, that's a disappointing large icon. Okay, fine. And then we gotta get our CMD. Or do we not need to do that? Where's the executable for this thing? Do I have to compile this? I hope I don't have to compile this. Oh, there's a bin. Huh? Oh, release. There we go. If I double... Oh, that's nice. Okay, Ponut. I don't suppose that you have this DLL floating around that you can float me. Okay. I need to export multiple objects to animate. Oh, okay, okay. I get. Let's do that again then. Let's go back and do this properly. So first off, I believe what I want is for the initial export, we're going to do the object file. I'm just going to tell it that Y forward is forward. Okay. Apply modifiers, include edges, write materials, object is objects. I'm going to call that jelly.object. I'm just overwrite what I have there. Let me delete and make sure that that's actually there. Okay. Apply forward, apply modifiers, include edges, and these are all the defaults, I believe. I don't? Oh, I don't. That's not good. Let's do this again, but properly. Should be this keyframe. I should be on this keyframe. Let's save that. Okay. Do not take animation, right? Multiple objects. One object for each desired keyframe. Okay. Well, I don't have Win 10, so let's see how this actually shows up when I actually do this. Let me make sure I got all these options checked off correctly. Yeah, I'm running Windows 7 here, man. Stuck in the past. I'll find out what happens. I might break this thing. That would be unfortunate. So I do not use the materials for the animation objects that I'm exporting. Let me double check and make sure if I read that right. Only write materials. So writing materials, this I'm going to uncheck this guy right here when I'm doing the animations. For right now, I'm doing the main object file. So here's the main object file. And now let's go off to keyframe 1. And then we're going to export the object file, and I'm going to call that J damage, or wait, do I need to call them all like numbered in sequentially? I can do that. So jelly underscore, how many zeros? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1. So is the first one just jelly, or is the first one jelly 000001? Like the main one, the first initial keyframe. The first one is just jelly. Okay, and this one's jelly 00001. Not gonna write materials for you. Export that. Then we're going off to the next keyframe. Export the object. And we're going to call this one 0, 0, 0, blah, blah, to 2. This is going to be number 2. Next keyframe. 4. This is going to be 3. And the full damage one is going to be 4. Okay, now we got a bunch of these guys. Let's go back into our input folder in Jelly, and we'll just copy over all the new copies of this guy. There we are. And we go to our debug release and run this executable and see what happens. Enter how many keyframes your model has. So if the number of keyframes, does that include the initial? So it would be like 5, right? So 4. So 0 would be like the initial, and then for the 4 additional ones, I have 4 additional ones. Will I be using SGL? Yes, I will be using SGL. The scale. 1. You'll now have to enter the folder's relative path. Oh boy. So, in/jelly. Jelly? Is it jelly? Let me double check. I don't want to screw this up. Jelly, capital. Alright. Oh, that's the wrong one. Jelly, all caps, with backslash. // I don't know. You'll now have to enter the object file name without the extension. Oh, let's scroll this down a tiny bit just to make sure I know what I'm doing. Jelly. I'm assuming that did something. I didn't see a preview. It errored. This should be the newest version of the exporter. I just got this off GitHub today. That's not good. Well, I mean, let's check the output folder just in case. Not? I guess not. Huh. Oh, do I need to put this into whoops. Into the debug folder itself? Huh. Because maybe that would make a little bit more sense. Let's try that again. How many keyframes do you have? 4. Okay. Will you be using SGL? Yes. You have scale value 1. I'm going to be doing in/jelly/ There we go. Jelly. Wow, I can barely see that because oh, okay. I have the preview. Let me. Oh crap! I lost it. It was there. You guys saw it. Crap. Oh no, there it's okay. How do I zoom? Oh, these controls are so confusing. XL2, help me, senpai. Crap. Where am I? What am I doing? How do I zoom? WASD? No. Crap, I lost it. Oh, no, there it is. I really need a readout for the controls here. Yeah, maybe I'll look into editing this program later. I would really love to zoom into this thing to see what's going on. If anyone... Maybe, Ponut, my controls are currently totally locked up by this program, and I fear moving my mouse even a hair's breadth before this thing totally loses sight. Can you bug XL2 on Discord real quick and just ask him how to zoom in or get closer to the object? I can't make heads or tails. Okay, WASD kind of pans around. Moving the mouse appears to maybe rotate my relative scale, but okay, I can't tell if left click gets me closer or further away. It feels like I'm getting further away. Sorry. Right click also appears to... Oh my goodness, that made it worse. Okay. and then left click. How do I... Oh, there it is. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, okay. Okay, no, I figured it out. I figured it out. Okay, I had to rotate myself into alignment to try and get to the... Oh, boy. Okay, the point is, I think we saw that it... Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, crap. No. You know what? I'm getting the feeling that XL2 did not anchor the WASD controls to the camera's rotation. So there is an absolute forward and backward that I am not able to follow with me moving the mouse even a little bit. Oh, crap. But you guys see it. It's there. It's kind of squishing itself, which is a good sign. I got to figure out how to... Actually, wait. Where's the front? Where's the front? I didn't see the blue face thing. Come on, just get me closer. Love to be closer. Dang it. Come on. Ah, okay. O to exit. Alright, so that kind of works. Let's see if we can get it to kind of more work by putting it inside of an actual working program. I really wish this came packed in with an example code that you could use to just quickly animate it. But right now I think we have to steal the newest version of ZTream tools and try to get a quick render going. Okay, sorry. Let's go ahead and bring that up. Let me see. So it's in my GitHub history, I believe. ZTream engine audio implementation? That doesn't look... Oh, there we go. This is the current version. The model converter. Let me post this in chat. So yeah, guys, so this is what I'm using now. This is the newest version of the ZTream Tools model converter. So the first thing I want to do... Okay, yeah. I'm just reading XL2's comments on how the controls work, and it turns out it's just a quickly implemented FPS-style control system. Anyway, I'm assuming that the converter made something usable. So let me... Oh wait, let me save first. There we go. Close that. And we're gonna go back into this folder. In my output, there's the full ZTP file. So what we need is we need a Joe Engine project, which I believe I should already have. Whoops. It should have just a basic demo animation. We'll make our CD here, CD folder, put our resources into. Ponut, remind me, if I have the ZTP file, do I also need to include the TGA textures files in the CD? I mean, I'm doing it either way, but I just want to know if it's necessary. These guys are tiny. Do not do that. Okay, that's a very capital no. I'm not going to do that. So let's try to figure out... Here's the newest version of ZTream tool, or Sonic ZTream. So I'm assuming that what is necessary here is the main code, which is source. Take source. Take ZTream engine. Let me sort by type here. Source ZTream. Let's clean this up first. Now, I know for a fact that this is definitely going to break the first time I try to run anything, but we'll see what happens. Get the make file, copy this over into this demo project. And we'll see what code I need to actually run this animation. There we go. XL2, Z-Stream tools. Initialize Z-Stream tools. I'm gonna have to rewrite my game around this new stuff then. Return 7. What does that mean? Oh, whatever. I'm ready to go back and play PSO after this. The soundtrack alone is enough to get me in the mood. Let me see. Am I looking at the right stuff? Look, the main loop, I just want to display one thing on the screen. So let's go into... what are we including here? Surely a bunch of stuff. New model converter doesn't need any new code. Do you happen to have an animation preview code that I can use? Because I don't think I even have one. I'm assuming this new version of Z-Stream tools that all this stuff over here was in some way necessary, because this whole new thing here is Let's see what Z-Stream's rendering thing looks like. Don't jinx it, Shane. If it's working, it's working. You jinxed it. The old preview. Okay, I remember there was an old preview code, but I don't think I even still have that. I might have lost it somehow, moving stuff around. Physics, I got some side projects. Is it in display 1? Is this it? Okay, let's see what this runs. Run with Mendefin? Whoa, okay. Let's finally go back to my normal view here of running stuff in Mendefin. There we are. This is my chair. Oh, this is my chair. This is my chair display model. But I don't have animation code attached to it. That's the problem. This is back during 3D Birthday Blast when I was playing with different models. Yeah. It's a good thing I still have this, because I'm definitely going to use something like this over and over and over again. But here, when I go inside the chair, you see that the backface culling is happening, and I'm not convinced that inside the jelly it's going to happen. Okay, so that's the old chair model. Let's break open the code. Whoops. There we are. Break open the code and see what's actually in it. Make sure I know what's going on here. The old Joe Engine preamble. Let's make a keyframe. Keyframe stuff. There we go. Keyframe equals 0. And then every time I press A, I'm gonna make the keyframe equal one more thing. Actually, real quick, what's modulo in C? Yeah, actually, okay, it's just literally just percent. So it's gonna be 1 plus. Oh, okay. So it's gonna be keyframe plus 1 modulo, I believe, like 5 probably. So I'll be able to go from 0 to 4. That sounds right. Okay, now we gotta have the actual rendering happening. Frame rate's gonna be 30. Let's keep it there. And the chair is... Let's do jelly. Is it jelly or jelly? I gotta remember what should keep this model converter open. There we go. Debug, output, jelly. Okay, it's lowercase. That's good to know. Put that in CD. Jelly.ztp. Oh, I have your pony in here. That's neat. Okay, XL2 just sent me a message here. He says the Sonic Z-Dream folder has everything in it. You can just dump the folder and compile the project and try it. Just make sure you have 40 keyframes and replace Sonic with your chair or whatever. So if I just, I guess I can copy and, well, I can't, well, I need to remake the object file. Yeah, I know. I want to work with something that's it's not going to throw me off, because I know if I try working with his code, we're going to be here all night. So we've got a keyframe here. We got jelly. Let's see if the jelly itself is just going to run. So let's try that. I don't need to. Okay. Oh, okay, this is an older script. I had to press buttons. Now, there's, I'm not going to see any animation yet, but I want to see if I actually get the thing that I made. I did not get the thing that I made. That's unfortunate. I think I do need the new version of Z-Dream Tools for this one. So, let's try, yeah. Let's try this. So, we have this jelly file here. And what I can do is go into Sonic Z-Dream itself. Into CD. Plug it in instead of Sonic. So... oh, there it is. So where's Jelly? I just placed... there it is. Okay. So I'm gonna make Sonic real, And then Jelly is now going to be Sonic. We're going to see how quickly I can break this program just by changing that one thing. Probably almost immediately, actually, now that I think about it. Actually, I don't need to play with the code at all. I just need to run Medifin. So let's clean, compile. Oh boy, Sigwin's being stupid again. Oh, there we are. There's a clean compile. Neat. All right, let's go into Medifin and run this thing. Probably should also pause the music for this one. It's a full game. Oh, I can just here. Let me do that, Ponut. Let me send you that file. Use the interruption here. Okay. Is my start button working? Is any button working? Is this thing plugged in? Oh, I'm using his version of Medifin. I'm probably gonna have to remap my keys. Okay. Okay, let's figure out how to remap this. Shift F2 should... No. Oh, okay, Alt Shift 2. Alt Shift 1. Up, up, down, left, right, start, A, B, C, X, Y, Z, left trigger, right trigger. Okay, neat. That did it. Let's see if this thing even shows up. That is tiny. It's there, but it's so small you can't tell what it is. That's a problem. I move. Oh god. That is not what I was going for. Well, at the very least, I know my textures worked, if nothing else, but totally, there's no way that, I think I have to go back and make sure that I have the right number of animations here. Also, I need to probably upscale this by like 64 times of what I'm doing. I need a better preview code. Shoot. Yeah, it's tiny. It's tiny, and I need to make the last file copied like, I don't know, several times. Let's try that. Let's try redoing the file export and make 40 of them. Actually, I didn't notice any music there, so let's keep the music going. Okay, so let's go back into 3D models? No. Output. There we go. Let's go back into output. Alright. So we got our model converter, and we have Jelly. And we have... Let's see. 1 through 4. Let's make copies. This one gets to be 5. Yep. 06. 7. 8. And then last two. This one's 9. And 10. Raid? Oh, who's raiding me? Shane, let me get through. Oh my goodness. Streamlab. Okay, go Pirate Soft. Oh, Pirate. It's my Twitch senpai. There we go. Thanks for the raid, Pirate. I see some familiar names in here. Yarhar. Oh boy. You caught me at my most embarrassing. I'm trying to figure out how to get animations done on the Saturn, and it's been a tiny bit of a headache. Okay, let's I'm just renaming files right now, so feel free to talk crap while I'm figuring or cleaning this stuff up. Oh, okay. If anyone knows of a quick way to mass rename files in Windows, I'm open to it. Oops. There's a slight misstep there. Oh, it's the giant slug train. I remember this. I remember this from the last raid. Holy crap, 65! What is going on here? I will definitely install a bulk rename tool after this stream. For now, I'm going to bore you raiders with me just quickly making 40 copies of these same 4 keyframes to make sure that I can import it into Z-Tream's, or Sonic Z-Tream, to do a quick preview of this jelly animation that I made. I also have to, I think, upscale it by like 64 or something like that. So, Ponut, when he said 40 keyframes, do you think he includes the original baseline, or do you think it's all the way up to file number 40? Second verse, same as the first. There we go. I do not like this music, and it is going to come up. It's always PSU with the bad music. What's up with that? No, T-Lope, sorry. No, not this one either. There we go. An actual song in here. Okay, so after we rename all 40 of these files and scale them up by about 64 times, we're going to insert them into Sonic Z-Tream and see if my jelly animation actually worked. Also, I'm pretty sure I just skipped all the 20s, so I got to go back and do those. I try to be smart, that's what the PhD is for, but this is still something that a lot more people than me have a lot more experience on, which is why Ponut is gracefully holding my hand like I'm a small toddler while I figure out this animation stuff. To be honest, the only reason I'm streaming tonight is because Ponut kind of told me I should do it, because I was completely unprepared and I was dealing with some other technical difficulties earlier. Oh crap, not 20. That should have been 40, maybe. Yes? No? Maybe? Or 30? Probably 30. This should be 21. Come on. A few more to go, and then we'll run through the export tool again and try to get these guys the right size and see what happens when I shove it in. Actually, Ponut, did you have any luck getting my animation to run inside of your Pony engine? Almost done, guys, and we can stop looking at me playing in Windows 7 and go back to playing on the Saturn. Almost. Okay, what are we at? We've already got a 20. Do we have a 30? We got a 30. Do we have a 40? Why is there a copy of 32 here? 2, 3, 30. We do not have a 40. I do laser stuff in real life during my day job. That's what you're asking. Yeah, you know what, Ponut? You're probably right. I suspect that's what's going to happen too, but hopefully the scaling this time, going up to 64, will change things a little bit. So that should all be there. The 2 TGA files, which I'm going to, let me see. We got our, this guy. These are the sidewalls of the jelly. Okay. And we got a close approximation of what a jelly's angry face would be on the front. So let's try that. Let's try the import tool. This is riveting stuff, guys. Keyframes, 40. Will I be using SGL? No? Yes? Does XL2 use SGL? I don't think he does. You'll have to enter, let's try 64. 64 is good default. /in/jelly, all caps. No opening slash. Object file. Without the extension. Jelly. Oh my goodness. Well, did it work? It worked, sort of, kind of. The front is on the top. That is fixable later, maybe. But this is what I animated. This is the thing that I made earlier. Whoa! Oh, okay. These controls are freaking confusing. Yeah, this is what should have been the front, and it looks like I need to rotate it somehow. Like this, maybe? No. I can't tell. He said he does. I thought he moved on from it. Okay, let's do this again. Output. Jelly, let's delete that output. But it worked. It looked like it was working. 40. Okay, SGL. Yes, he uses SGL. Okay, 64. Well, let's try 32. 32 looked like it was good. /jelly. Jelly. There we go. That looks a bit more reasonable. And then the face. Oh, come on. Oh, don't be that guy. There we go. Just kind of thing. Okay, you know what? Left click only. No! Escape. Tab. Oh, boy. Oh, okay. I'm assuming it's working. I saw something and then the controls just went haywire. So let's copy that jelly over into the 3D models for... No, not that 3D models. These 3D models. Over to here. Where are we at? Models. And that Sonic Real is the real version of Sonic I don't want to get rid of. And Sonic here is the bad jelly folder. And this jelly is going to be the new Sonic. And now, let us compile and run. Yeah, that sounds about right. We're going to be running Z-Tream, but with Sonic, replaced by Jelly that I made. Wrong one. Okay, no, we got to go in here. We got to clean. Wrong folder. Clean. Compile. There we go. And run with Mednafen. Oh boy. Okay, let's get Mednafen back up. Alright, let's see if this actually works. He might actually be the right size. Oh yeah, he's got these intro screens. I gotta ask him how to do that. I don't know how to do that, but I want to. I want to put my Emerald Nova logo on there. Oh, of course, vasectomy software. Right now I'm using XL2 Sonic Z-Tream to model my 3D models while I figure out how to actually get them to run in my engine. But my game is essentially going to be a first-person dungeon crawler RPG type, so kind of think like a Daggerfall or Morrowind, but with worse graphics. Oh, and Shane's making a menu, if that's what you're asking. This looks different. the front is on the top, which is not ideal, so we got to figure out what I did there. I think the top for us in Blender was Z positive. Oh, people are messaging me. What's going on? Maybe I'm getting useful information. Okay. Anyway, let's try moving around and see what. Oh. Oh, that's okay. At the very least, you guys know how to modify Sonic Z-Stream to put your own models in if you really wanted to. I don't even know what the different keyframe animation. So XL2 is messaging me, and I'm checking it like way after it's been relevant because I'm distracted. But essentially, we can. I opened it up earlier. We have XL2 Sonic model earlier to see exactly how we put it together. Oh crap! Hurry up. So yeah, this jelly was meant to be an enemy in my game, but we're controlling it now. I like how it's animating properly, but I would like to see its default animation of just a cube. And the face doesn't look right to me. Let me see. Like, the face, I think I drew it like this. Let's go back in the model and check. So if we go, let me switch scenes over again. Go over to paint. So if I go back over to my actual 3D model where I made the thing. So it's supposed to be like, okay, this swishy thing is up top. It's supposed to, I guess it kind of looks like a furrowed eyebrow. So if I go back in, the furrowed eyebrow kind of looks like here. So I'm going to the right now, and that furrowed eyebrow is facing me like that. So if I'm thinking of how this is put together, I think the orientation would be right, except that my top... Well, no, the orientation's still wrong. So my top is what I thought the front would be, which means... Actually, we can fix this in the engine. Probably because my export messed around with the different things there. My export messed around with the default directionality of it. Oh, yeah, you're right. So the default model is basically just a holding position for all the different vertices, like just to make sure they're all there, and then you can animate with them later. Okay. Oof. Okay, let's get back into doing stuff. So, what do we have so far? We have XL2's code, which I believe heavily relies on Z-Stream tools. Let's look at his makefile, actually, make sure if I want to blatantly steal what he's doing, I do it right. Oh my goodness, this is just holy crap. There's a lot of this. A lot. It's just so much. I don't even know what half this stuff does. Oh, he's got different libraries too. He built his own libraries, I think. Or this is something else. Sega System, libcd, libsgl. Okay, SGL library. Okay. Yeah, because I'm still working within more or less the boundaries of Joe Engine. So I guess Joe Engine will take care of most of this for me. If I might have to blatantly steal this makefile along with a lot of other stuff. Just what are all these flags for these compilation flags? I don't know what any of this stuff does. I'm gonna have to end up stealing his entire code and just porting my stuff inside of the code, and that's a whole nother stream. Yeah, let's look at the Joe Engine makefile then, just to compare. Oh, whoops. Let's stay in there, and okay, no, we can go through here. Joe Engine was a compiler, common. And his makefile, which is well, it's not highlighted like a normal makefile is because it's named different. But this is just magnificently complicated. I'd never make something this complicated in my makefile. I'd just shove everything in one line. Yeah, so Joe Engine is taking into account a lot of different things, and it's even telling us how it's going to compile with here. So this is telling us how it's making the ISO. I'm guessing it's calling that that queue maker and that other stuff, and just to shove it all into an ISO as opposed to an executable. And then XL2, how is he doing all this? Yeah, this all looks crazy. It's ridiculous. Yeah, to the people participating in the competition, so I guess for the majority of you still on the stream, you haven't heard yet, or you're just kind of finding out about this. We're hosting a video game making competition, and I suggest everyone just stick to 2D, going inside a Joe Engine and playing around with that to make your first game. Oh god, your bounding box. So I don't even want to go into that. I'm done with collisions for a while. But just to go over the competition that's happening, it's the current theme, which is optional, is high fantasy and magic. If you guys want to participate, just pick up some Joe Engine and play around with the samples. Try to make a game by November 15th. And I'll go ahead and link the forum post where we're holding competition in there, and you can read more about the details there. But I just want to plug that real quick. There's a chance to win a moderate to low amount of money. Back to what we were doing. I need to find a way to get this jelly texture inside of my game. And that's probably going to end up happening by stealing Sonic Z Dream and porting my code into it, as opposed to the other way around. Oh, Shane, you already linked it for me. Thanks. So I don't even know what half this stuff is, like SatLink. I've never seen this before. Oh, that's his dev cart code. My goodness. So, and he's got his own emulators packed in here. So this whole thing is kind of like a self-contained, ready-to-go, you know, run-and-gun type deal. And I'm guessing he's using code blocks because he's got this code blocks project file here. I don't even know what this layout document's for. Let's clean up first. There we are. Of course, I use Notepad++ because I like the look of it, but I'm sure code blocks also works. I don't want to have to just blatantly steal his code if I can just get away with importing Z-Dream engine like from the ZTE folder. But it looks like his entire game's in the ZTE folder. Like, just let's just look at, well, not the source. Let's look at the size of this folder and just see how big it is. It's literally over a megabyte. So I'm assuming that anything that's not a 3D model is in here. I don't know what garbage is. It's probably not useful. It's got all these object files. Yeah, that's what I figured. It's just because I saw that with it literally just said dead card in there. So I'm assuming, yeah, that's probably right. Yeah, that's almost certainly right then. So yeah, let's figure out how to get this working. Like, do you think I could just straight up copy ZTE into Seniriu? I'm going to do that as I say, can I do that? And then I'm just going to end up having to duct tape XL2 onto the the title screen of this game for all, contributing the majority of the code base here. And then I'll have to edit my make file to include everything. Are you sure? Okay, so let's try that first. I'm going to go ahead and delete this and make sure that weird stuff doesn't happen. And I'm going to close out on all of Ztream's or XL2 code. XL2 is Ztream code. Sorry, I got that backwards. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Let's just close most of these. I'm not dealing with collision today. I'm done with that. Okay, here's just my main file. Oh, let's go back to Notepad++ and actually see what's going on here. Huh. What was that sound? Oh, Shane, you donated bits. How do you even have bits to donate? I mean, thanks. Okay. Some random copyright crap. Let's collapse that for a second. Nobody cares about that. Let's just run the basic game first. Make sure that nothing has been irrevocably broken or what have you. Let me go back into Mendefend. Oh, did it not track? Oh, okay, I totally missed that. I was distracted and let me see. So, you see, I consistently get the directionality wrong. What I think is up is apparently forward, which means what I think is forward is apparently up, but this back is up. Which means front is on the bottom, which is a problem. We'll solve that in our own time. And the first thing I want to do is just make sure I get that jelly in here. I think my cat's gonna play. Weird. Okay. Anyways, so, okay, game's still working. Collision code is still working. Let's not break it today. Let's not even talk about it. Let's not look at it. I'm done with collision. Let us attempt to input that model. So, test box is now jelly. Oh, is jelly actually in here? Probably make sure jelly's in here. Yeah, let's copy jelly in here before I crash this thing by just not having it. Okay, jelly's in there. Let's run the code now and see what happens when I drop a new thing. Okay. Why nothing is happening? Ponut, you promised. What has science done? The game doesn't run anymore. Okay. So, okay, I tried inputting jelly.ztp. That didn't work out well, but testbox apparently still does. Okay, let me try renaming to jelly all caps. Whoa. Hey, come on. Okay, jelly all caps. What else could be the issue? Maybe my makefile needs to include it somehow, but I don't think that's the issue. It's in the CD folder, so it should just grab it. Jelly? Giselle? No. And that's the only reference to the name of that file. I load it up in memory the first thing I get, or the first chance I get. I don't want to think that they are. Okay, it worked this time for... Oh, you need to capitalize the ZTP files. For stupid Saturn reasons, I guess. I had lowercase characters in there, and apparently you can't. Hey, the jelly's not displaying. That's not great. Oh my goodness, no, great. Oh god, no, it's displaying. It's displaying. It's huge. It is way too big. Oh my goodness. Okay. That mystery has been solved. I need to up my movement. No, the movement speed isn't the problem. It's the freaking size of the model. Okay, let me try climbing. Thing is, I gotta throw the model that much further away. No, I gotta remake this export. 32 is too much. And it's still assuming it's a 2x2. Or probably because I hard-coded that in. Yeah. It's not gonna... It's not going to... Oh, who's that? Codinger. Codinger? I'm assuming Codinger is how you pronounce that. Thank you for the follow, Codinger. Okay, so, Jelly model is working. I don't know if we can trigger an animation. Everything feels slow, but that's only because everything's huge. I'm gonna make do for now, and then, I'm gonna export it properly later. Ponut, your opinion, do you think if I end up trying to, export this model on a strict scale of 1, that this whole thing's gonna implode on me? Because I think 1 would translate to the first bit. Or, okay, let me just write out real quick what XL2 is doing here, as I understand it with the new model loader. What are we gonna have? Let's get the browser up, and let's go over to Wolfram. So, XL2 has 8 bits, 2 8-bit numbers tied together. So the first 8 bits are going to be, I assume, integers, and the second 8 bits are going to be decimals. So it's kind of like a fixed, but it's compressed fixed. So the fixed normally is 16 bits as the integers and 16 bits as the fraction. So it's like you have whatever your first 16 bits are, it's that number divided by 6. 5535 or 6, which is 2 to the 16. Okay. So in this case, we're gonna have a float that's based off of a 2 to the 8. So up to 256. So my model can be up to 256, but I think if I just have a scale of 1, it'll display 1. And that 1 can go up from 1 to 256, and I think that should be fine. Why? Wait, I don't see why I should make the objects in Blender bigger. I mean, I think 1 should be 1. I feel like that's reasonable. Well, come back, Shane. As soon as you're done fixing your router. Okay. I'm going to try another export with just a scale of 1. So let's delete this file. Okay. Okay, we don't need all 40 keyframes. Let's just go with the 4 keyframes. I will be using SGL. I will enter a scale of 1. It's going to be an in/jelly. There we go. With the slash, and then I will enter the object file name without the extension. So jelly, and then I gotta rename it to capital J jelly. Okay, see, that's still like a reasonable size, I think, if I just get close enough to it. So jelly is now jelly. There we go, top of my lungs. Then there, drop it up in here, copy and replace. There we are. And then we can go off and file and run again. Is Wolfram still showing up? Oh, it's because I was on my browser. Crap, sorry. And then Sigwin's throwing errors as soon as I want to go over to Medinfen again. There we are, back at it. Okay, jelly's loaded. Make one jelly. There's a... See, that's a reasonable size. I like that. That's a nice little cube. Now, how do we trigger the animation? I think I'm gonna make X trigger the animation, so we gotta figure out how to make X do that. Quickly, Ponut, how do you trigger an animation? Let's go look inside of Z Dream Tools. At least the old version. Before I move on to the new version, I guess. CT. We got 3 things to choose from. Let's try load model. Tools in general. And CD. I think CD is just file loading, but we'll do it anyway. Kind of feel like I'm on Jeopardy, picking different categories to see what I want to answer. Set textures. That's probably fine. Load animations. There we go. How are we doing this one? Yes, GCC is indeed C. I am programming in C, and that is being compiled for the SH2 processor on the Sega Saturn. I want to try yours, Ponut, because I trust that I'll be able to read yours more than XL2's, which is probably magnificently complicated, and also probably a lot more functional considering he's further along. Oh, right. What's oh, right? Yeah, there are load animations in here. I just have to remember how to use the address. So this start address is what's throwing me off. I have no idea what to plug in for that. But it's right there. Yeah, I have the function. The function is in my folder already. It's written. XL2 has done the work already, which is not surprising because that's basically what he does. What am I calling here? I'm calling load 3D model. So I've got the name, file name that's being converted into a pointer to a 8-bit integer. Okay, whatever. Current address. Current address is what? Slow RAM, LRAM. And then entities, I'm just writing it to the first entities in the list of entities I'm storing, and then false. What is false? Something's false about that. What is that? ZT load 3D model. Okay. First off, let's collapse all these functions and then figure out which functions are actually going to be relevant. Load P data, load 3D model. What's the false? False is use real... Oh, okay, that's just lighting. Go rad shading. We're not using that. We're using load animations. So work address is equal to start address. Animation struct, work address. How do I know what the work address is? Is it just whatever the current address is for the loaded model? If I take current address, I make a new line here and I say, I want to load the animations. Am I about to break this thing? Probably. It's not unlikely for this stream. Wouldn't be the first time. Let's say the start address is the current address, so I'm going to load the 3D model, and that's probably going to be where the address is stored, and that's the start address for the loading animation. The entity, let's point that to entity 0. Don't do it that way. Okay, I believe you, but tell me which way to do it. Model data. I don't even know what that is. I've never used that function type before, that data structure. All right. Let's see what actually is model data, because it doesn't come up when you do the load 3D models. Yeah, load 3D models doesn't have a model data type involved in it. inside load 3D model. Must go in. Oh, really? Is it not already? Okay, well, there's a quick way of finding out. Load animations. Yeah, there it is, right there. Neat. Okay, so I'm needlessly adding functionality that's already been implemented. Yeah, so it's there. I have to trigger it. How do I trigger the animation? It's already inside the entity, probably. So, let's figure out how to trigger an animation here. Okay, CD is not going to help me here. Let's try tools. VDP to... Okay, putting a BMP in VDP2. Oh, that's probably how I'm going to end up doing the backgrounds. Huh. Didn't think about that. Okay, it's not going to be this guy. Font. Worry about that. Cell to VRAM. Unsure. Map to VRAM. I don't have any map files, unless I'm thinking of something different. I could really use some comments here. PAL to CRAM. I don't know what a PAL is. Palette to CRAM. Okay, there we go. Memory copy. Well, that's straightforward. Memory set. Also straightforward. Memory copy L. Okay, so these are different types of RAM it's writing to. Memset L. So we've got memcopy W and L. So working RAM and I guess long RAM or slow RAM. I forget what L stands for. Fade in. Oh, that's just exactly what it sounds like. Making sure the screen stays dark or light or what have you. Check on plane. Where is the function for actually loading the 3D animation? How do you trigger the 3D animation? For that matter, how am I triggering the 2D or the non-animated? How am I just displaying it? Well, we can back out of this one. That was fine as is. And let's try looking at display.c. This is my code now. Draw array quads, num quads. Okay. I'm actually drawing the quads and the... Okay, so I'm actually drawing the quads. Alright. I need to split all this stuff off into a separate print statement. I'll do that another day. Draw object. What's draw object? Oh, it just takes the game object. Let's look at the game object then. Where's the game object type? This is my code and I don't even remember it. But the animation code, I'm trying to think. Like, should it even be necessary? Like, if it's it should be something that's already there, I think, in the entity. So I should just have to trigger which part or which set of quads I'm doing or something like that. Unless it, oh, and I have to do a transform, don't I? Crap. Okay. I mean, I'll take a look at your code if you can just split it off into a text file and just send it to me. Oh, okay, wait, you're already messaging me. Holy crap, that's a lot. Three-parter. Alright, let's shove this in here and see what happens. In the meantime, I want to see if there is a quick check for me to just look at what I'm doing to display this stuff besides just saying, oh, it's inside of there. Okay, I've got stomp object, create object, clone object, destroy object, find the closest object, apply acceleration to everyone, update object position. And I believe GameObject.h will have the actual struct that holds the entity, which is from ZTream Tools. And all that's doing is saying, take the game object and take its quads and the number of quads. And its quads... Wait. How does that even work? That shouldn't work. Take the game object, grab its quads. This guy doesn't have any quads. I am so confused. Is that a game object or is that a different type? What is going on? The game object is my type. I include it from GameObject.h. GameObject.h, here is the struct for GameObject. There is nothing here describing a quad. I'm getting progressively more confused by my own code. That's not good. How does this code function? How is this code allowed to function? We got X, Y, Z, rotation R, rotation Y, rotation Z, and then quads. Maybe display.h will have something. I don't even have a display.h. Does display not even happen? Does this code even happen? Is it in the make file? Oh, this literally this is non-code. This is non-code. It's never implemented. Huh. So then, what does call it? How do I draw these objects? Okay, my draw. Oh, it's right there under main. I was trying to split it off, and I guess it just didn't work out. Okay, so I rotate, get the object position, display model. And I have to get the entity. Okay, so display model, where's that from? Here's the thing, display model is definitely a function from ZTream tools, but I don't even know where it is. It has to be a ZTream tools function. It's taking in an entity, right? Or is entity taken from SGL itself? So we're going all the way back into SGL. Is that what you're telling me? That means I gotta go back. Let me go grab the documentation then. We gotta go back. Whoops. Crap. Let me drag that down here. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me just turn that off for now. Keep breaking my display. Here's the thing. If display model is not explicitly referenced or explicitly declared, then it has to be somewhere else, right? Where is it coming from? That extraction has to be indicated somewhere. So here, display model. There it is. Where do I find it? Find in all open documents. It only shows up... Oh, it's in my main. Oh, that's stupid. Okay, I was looking for something that wasn't there. This needs to be split off into its own display code. This needs to be in a display.h, display.c. Which is where I thought I was looking, but apparently I never implemented that. Okay, we're looping through model NB meshes, and model is an entity. So in the entity we have NB meshes, and we're looking at different polygons. But this entity, now we get to go look at ZTream tools. This entity, what do we need to do? We need to do... Come on. Seniriu, ZTream, ZT tools, there we go. Nope, that's not there. Is it under load model? Somewhere we have the declaration for entity. There we go. We got some polygons, animations. Okay, here's an animation structure. Yeah, this is, what's this music from? This is from, Sonic Colors. One of the bosses. That's what you're asking. I missed when you were saying that earlier. I don't know what the earlier song was. Anyway, we have animations, and it can take up to 240 animation struct. What is the animation struct? It's some vertices and some normals, but this is a 3-dimensional 16-bit vertex and a 8-bit single-dimensional normal? What? Yeah, this is definitely something that is not documented enough for me to know what's going on here. Huh. Okay, so we have an animation structure here. We have something here to hold different things we can do with the animation. I don't know how a normal can be composed of just one 8-bit integer, but apparently it is. And maybe it's taking a normal from somewhere else, but there's no code example besides the one that Ponut just shared with me. Let's implement what Ponut is sharing here. So let's see. I'm going to call this let's call this animation.c, and I'll make a simplified version of animation dot h. Yeah. Okay, here's a struct definition. That's probably going to go in the header, but let's get everything in here first. Oh! A norm. Wait, do I have... I have a norm. It's here. So... Oh, he has a lookup table of different normals? That's interesting. That's all this is? Okay. Oh, I need this one in specifically. Okay. This one looks pretty much identical to this one, but here's what I can do. I can take this one, copy, paste, and there we go. There's my new A norm. I don't think I changed anything at all. Going back to what you sent me, got that struct there. We got whatever this is doing, and we have whatever this is doing. Now, I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Let me call this. Oops, nope, I don't want to do that. Call this animate.c. Okay. Include statement. We got something here. We got type def. And we have all this code that's kind of like running on its own. I don't know where it goes. Oh, we have to define... This is a definition of an animation. Let me comment this out real quick. And this will be... definition of an animation. Example. So I'm assuming run is going to be of type animation control. I'm assuming what you just typed there was supposed to approximate the word yes. Okay, so we have uniform false, and I think that means if whether or not the animation is being performed uniformly. And animation rate, I guess we can have up to 256 different frames that will execute in a certain timeline. And those frames will be triggered through a start frame and an end frame. And current keyframe is stored in the struct as what we're actually doing right now. So we have to initialize a jelly animation, I think. And this part probably should go into the .h file. So let's save this, make a copy as a .h. All right, and then everything in this this bracket gets gone. Struct goes up to the top. And I don't need that example here anymore. So that's our .h file. Then let's open up our .c again. I don't think I need to look up a normal anytime soon. Define animation constant 8. Where would that even go? What are you on about? Up here? Or would that be in the I don't think we need to do this. Okay, do you think what is that? That probably goes in the header. I'm gonna put that in the header button. And then let's sanitize our headers like we always do. Animate. Go. Sanitized. And then this. Okay. So when we run this, what's going to happen? Well, first off, let's try to get everything kind of on the same page here so I can actually read this. And I'm going to format this in a way that pleases me. So this block of code, let's just examine where we're doing line by line. So returns if there's only one mesh. Okay, and then we have our animation quality. I don't know what the numbers indicate. I assume 4 is good and 1 would be worst. And then this is probably some sort of animation rate, so I'm just going to call this local animation rate. And this is some memory definition. What are we doing? Where's this even coming from? Current P data. Current model. What's current P data? Is that constantly being written? Like, is that like a system, is that something in SGL that's constantly there? Also, probably I should be including... Do I not include this? There has to be some sort of include statement here. Lines. Let's find out what's going on in zcommon. Where's zcommon.h? Oops. Okay. No. So while we're here, let's probably also include animate. be honest, Ponut, I'm not really following you, because this line feels bizarre to me. So we're multiplying... Like, I don't even know what data type current P data is supposed to be, because it looks like we're taking a pointer and multiplying by another pointer, and that doesn't make any sense to me. Oh, this is a data type. Is a pointer to... Okay, we're defining... Oh, this is a definition. This is a pointer to... Normally I would write it like this, because this totally throws me off. This is a pointer to what? Current model's first polygon. All this code is so compressed, it makes it that much harder to read. Okay, let me see. If animation control is not uniform. Okay, so local A rate of 2. I don't even know what that signifies. I assume like 2 frames per animation keyframe or something like that. Oh, am I missing something here? Let me see. No, that's there. Okay. So yeah, definitely there needs to be something indicate what a 4 and what a 2 means. Identical to SGL frame rate number. Okay, that's helpful. So it's going to be FPS is equal to 60, I guess, divided by X, or local A rate. So 1 is 60, 2 is 30, etc., etc. Local animation rate times frame rate. Where is frame rate coming from? Are we grabbing that from main? Oh crap, I definitely did not want to close main. Frame number. Yeah, I know it's global. I'm just trying to figure out where we declare it. Or at least where we set it. Okay, there it is. And we write here sync constant. Sync constant is not yet written. What the crap? Quickly, someone tell me what sync constant is then. How does that ever work? Oh, okay, there we go. Joe main gets run. The sync constant is going to be 1, meaning frame rate's going to be 1. This is 2 from now on. Actually, if we're going to do that, why don't we do it here too? Why don't we make force local A rate to be basically the same thing as the frame rate? Okay, well, I guess that would just make it squared. How does that help? Half the square. Or not needing half the square. So this 2 times 2 is 4, divided by 2 is 2. Okay. Okay, so this is advance current frame according to frame rate. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know what's going on here. You tell me, man. I mean, I figure this is just saying, okay, on the basis of 60 frames per second, every animation frame we are advancing by 2 60 frame per second frames, which is one of our real frames. Yeah. Okay, I get that, but I don't get why this is divided by 2. Can I get rid of that? Is that I cannot get rid of this divided by 2. Alright, well, if you say so. Something, it's a magic number to me, basically. And, animation rate. We're bit shifting it by 1. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes a lot more sense, and also faster. So we're like bit shifting by 1 is an automatic divide by 2, but much faster. But it's also a different rounding mechanism. But yeah, okay. Current frame is going to be yeah, okay. I'm okay with that. Yeah, so we're kind of on the basis of 60 frames per second. So, is that Chow Garden music? Fine, you can stay in. Anyway, so we're on the basis of basically 60 base frames per second. So I'm just going to call those base frames. We're going to assume there's 60 base frames in a second. But we're running the game at something other than 60. So if we're at 30 frames per second, that's 2 base frames per frame. So that's what this is handling here. So the frame rate, we're saying, okay, if we're running at 30 FPS, that means we need to treat every frame as if there's 2 base frames. And I guess the current frame is being calculated in terms of base frames. Okay. I think these two should be grouped together and the other two should not. And then the current keyframe is the current frame bit shifted by 3? How does that help anyone? That's what bit shifting by 3 is division by 2, 4, 8. Why are we dividing by 8? What's special about 8 here? Okay, well, while I... Whoa! Thanks, Super Game Maker, for the follow. Feel free to participate in chat, though, because it's just Ponut and me trying to spitball what's going on here, and I think this is Ponut's code, but I'm kind of reorganizing it for my usage as an animation implementation for the model that we made earlier. Trying to reorganize all this stuff and comment as much as I can. Okay, so this is XL2's code, which explains, you know, I don't want to be mean, but it does explain the lack of comments. Because his stuff just kind of works and he just puts it there. But it's very hard for me to go through his code and try to figure out what's going on without a lot of banging my head against the wall. Okay, so this is division by 8 is a magic number for a compression ratio for the animation. Oh, well, commenting it is helping us learn, so let's just let's do it. I mean, you could have just sent the text file, though. I mean, I would have just downloaded it, but whatever. This next loop, we're taking the current keyframe and seeing if it's greater than or equal to the end frame, and if so, I assume we want to exit the loop. So I guess we're checking if the animation is done. Is done. frame advanced past end frame. So what are we doing then? We're taking the current keyframe and we're subtracting the end frame minus start frame. Bit shifted by 8 again. Okay, because, wait, what? Okay, so, right, but why are we iterating the keyframe every 30 iterations? I assume that we should just be moving the keyframe every time we get to the new animation checkpoint or whatever. Okay. So we're subtracting away the difference between the end frame and the start frame, bit shifted by 3. This is completely nonsensical to me, but okay. So this is essentially the total number of frames divided by 8. And we're subtracting that from the current keyframe, which we have, or from the current frame, which has been incremented up here by the current frame rate. Okay, and the current keyframe is whatever the current keyframe is, bit shifted by 3, and that's basically we're dividing by 8. So we're taking the current keyframe and dividing it by 8, and that's what the current keyframe is now. Okay. So, else if animation control, the current keyframe is less than the start frame. So in this case, current frame is before animation start. Then we're going to take our animation. Okay, so this makes a lot more sense to me. We're resetting the frame to the end. But if we're past the end frame, what are we doing? Are we going back to the beginning and then allowing however much progress we made past that last frame to continue? If we're here? That makes a little bit more sense to me. And then the compression by 3 is just kind of like a constant we keep whenever we're dealing with current keyframe. So essentially we're frame advanced past end frame up here, so we're gonna loop back to start frame and continue progress, I assume. So that's how that makes sense to me. And then current frame is before animation starts, so move up to animation start. And this is okay, and then this is essentially the same thing as this, I guess, or no? Oh, the current frame isn't there yet, so I guess we just have to take the whole number of frames that we have from start to finish and divide by 8. Okay, well, I'm sure that'll make sense to me later. Oh wait, is this a pointer? Crap, let's go back, because maybe I've been no, these are all values though. And we're currently manipulating values. Well, so we're not I mean, these shouldn't be frame pointers, I don't think. These should be actual values. Okay, so it's an index. We're changing a frame index, not a pointer. All right. So current frame index is being Okay. So this is essentially adding the length of the animation. So we're kind of doing like a modular mathematics between these two if statements. So this one saying we've exceeded the frame, the end frame location. So we're just gonna kind of loop everything back around to backward inside the space of between the start frame and the end frame. And same thing here is we're just bumping everything up to be between the start frame and the end frame. And this looks like we are, you know, advance the keyframe. That's just keyframe +1, that makes sense. We'll just call it next frame. But yeah, that's already self-explanatory. In this case, we have what? Whoops. So what's going on here? If the next frame is greater than the end frame, past end of animation, then what are we doing? We're going to reset to animation start. Okay, so this is handling the same kind of math this is, except we're manipulating the next keyframe as opposed to the current keyframe. So this is taking care of a problem after it's happened. This is going to be taking care of the problem before it happens. Next keyframe is less than or equal to the start frame. Before start frame. Reset to just after start frame. Okay, now we got this. Don't touch this. That's friendly. Okay, so we have a pointer to. Why are we declaring this now? Oh, okay, because we're gonna. All right, whatever. We got our current keyframe. Pointer to a current keyframe. Or no. Pointer to a vertex. It's called current keyframe. But comp vertex. I believe. Where did I see that before? I've seen that before. That's part of something. Yeah, it's a compressed vertex, but where have I seen that? Oh, yeah, that's right. There, it's over there. Okay, so it's just a pointer. Alright. Right there. Cver. Part of an animation struct. We're going to take our current model, take the animation from a given keyframe, take its cvert and write it into pointer to the current keyframe, which is its own convert, and then the next frame. Okay, so we're taking the current keyframe and the next keyframe and grabbing their cverts for use. No clue what this is. Apparently we can't touch it. Animation control. Okay, so the current frame minus current keyframe divided by 8. Sure, why not? Yeah, I'm definitely using an old copy, and I might have some of your changes in there just, you know, because they worked and they never stopped working, so I've never gone back to change them. Left shift is oh, wait, am I looking at this backwards? Multiplied by 8. Huh. Why are we doing that? Wait, no. Okay. This is multiply. This is divide. This is multiplying by 8. I'm gonna have to take a second look just to figure out what all this is doing. So get compressed vertex pointers for current and next frames. I'm guessing we're getting the current in the next one so that we can interpolate. Okay, uncompress the vertices and apply linear. Oh, that wow, you called it. Whatever. Got some, I assume, index I. Current P data. So is this current P data, is this a property of the entity? Because this is going to affect how things work with me. Okay, I don't see it here, so maybe not. Number point times size of the point. Okay. So we're moving the pointer, the current P data, and then... Oh, this is hard to read. Okay. Wow, this is incredibly difficult to read. What is going on here? Why are the... Okay, fine. Okay, let's just decompress some of this stuff. Hey, I'm not even gonna try and figure out how that's... How do you... I12FLY2U. You got a nickname? Right, okay, anyway. I'm just gonna call you I-12 for now. I'm gonna assume you're in interstate. I'm gonna look up on the map where you are later. So, I don't know what this is, or this is. Let's see. Okay. You're gonna be I-12 for now until we figure out how to interpret your tag there. Yeah. So, Ponut, I have completely given up on trying to make sense of this decompression thing because destination source next, I'm assuming. So this is where we're storing. I don't even know what this part of P data this is. This is something to do with pointers and whatnot. We have a current keyframe. We got a next keyframe. And then we're doing addition. You know, we're doing a plus plus while we're doing some equality stuff, which I never even know what happens there when we do that. Vertex table. Okay, that's a table of vertices, which is a point table. Okay, point table with a combined T. That kind of almost makes sense. Take number of points times the size of a point, which I assume is a data type somewhere in SGL. Why do we need size of integer? Really? Oh, that's because we're doing size of integer, so that'd be like 8 bytes or something like that. Or no, not 8, 32? 64? 32. We're doing 32 byte integers, so we have to iterate I, which comes into play where? Nowhere. That's how we're counting. We're taking the memory size here, and we're iterating from 0 to the memory size of number of points. So we're doing this for every point. Alright, I follow that. So we're decompression of every point. We're looping through every point. Okay, let me comment that. Loop through every point, and all this garbage, I assume we're just basically multiplying by 2 to the 8. So we're converting... Are we basically converting an int to fixed? Is that what's going on? No. Huh, okay. Okay, that's what that section's doing. What's going on down here? It's like white space is poisonous. What's going on here? Okay, we have all these new declarations of variables in the middle of the code. Alright. Destination is pointer table dot norm 0. Okay, so now we're writing. We're just using this as a generic placeholder. So here's where we're about to write. So this is literally just pointer for a 32-bit integer. We're about to write changes with use. Okay, so that could be pointing to basically anything. Alright, okay, so we got our destination is, okay, so what are we gonna do? We restart. So this is the part where we take the normal lookup table and apply it. That's what I'm getting out of this. So we're about to write the new normal here, and oh, who's that? Oh, I need to pay attention more. Oh, I-12, thank you for following. Oh, it's getting late. It's already 2. Oof. Well, technically it's only 3 hours in the stream, and I've done worse. I'm trying to make this another 7-hour one. Okay. Current model, animation, animation control, current keyframe, and then normal. Secondary source. Okay, so there's a new source. Because it's a different integer type. We're doing 8-bit integer as opposed to 16. Compressed normal. So that's our compressed normal. It's just an 8-bit integer, which is basically a number between 0 and 255, since it's unsigned, and that's just going to be the index for the A normal that we're looking up on that table that we saw earlier. And now we're interpolating the normals of normals. Let's be descriptive here. Oh, who's that again? Fred Bob. Me Fred Bob? I think I'm gonna go with Me Fred Bob. Thank you for the follow, Me Fred Bob. Thank God for that chat bot, or I have no idea what's going on here. Totally lost. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Shane, for the chat bot. Everyone thank Shane for getting the stream set up properly, because I would have done this terribly. Why are there 2 DST++s in a row? I don't get that. How does that even work? Why not just do plus equal 2? Okay, whatever. I mean, just reading this is confusing. So we're writing the A normal into DST, which is currently pointing toward the first element of the normal, and then we're automatically iterating it because that's how we do. And writing the Y, and then writing the Z, and then we're iterating the source. This is not how I would have written it. This is a super compressed form of writing. Makes it very hard to figure out what's going on, but okay, now I got it. So after we've written the Z, we will then iterate the source, and we will iterate DST, but then we'll iterate DST twice more? So it's like we're skipping an entire normal, it looks like. When we're doing this one, and then this one, and then this one, by the time we get back up to this loop in the next part of the loop, we'll have skipped an entire normal over here. Is that what we want to do? Are they spaced out? Is there going to be like a normal and then something else and then a normal again? Okay, so yeah, it's probably faster, yeah, I get that. What I don't get is why we're skipping an entire, essentially, we're skipping an entire vector in this loop, at the end of this loop. we've written the X, the Y, and the Z, and then we got this extra 3 increments here. That is taking us beyond, it looks like there's an extra 2 or 3 segments of this normal data that we're not writing at all. So we're starting at 0, we're writing something there, and then we go to 1, we're writing something there, we go to 2, write something there, now we're at 3 at the end of this line. And we got 4, 5, and then we start writing at 5 again. So we've written 0, 1, 2, we've skipped 3 and 4, and then we're going to start the loop at 5. So we're skipping 2 data points. Why are we skipping 2 data points, though? We're skipping indices 4 and 5 to get back to... Or we're skipping indices 3 and 4 to get back to index 5. How is that a speed trick, though? I mean, I get the plus plus as a speed trick. I don't get why going 0, 1, 2, right, skip 3, skip 4, right 5, 6, 7, skip 8, skip 9, right 10, 11, 12. What are the other 2 data points that we're skipping over when we increment that pointer? Well, that's not how I'm reading it, but let me check. So we have 0. We write the 0, we get to 1 at the end of this line. We write the 1, we get to 2. We write the 2, we get to 3. And now we have 4 and then 5. And then by the time we get back up to this line, we're at 5. We're still at 5 and we're writing to 5 before we get to 6. I mean, just counting the plus pluses, I'm only counting up 5 plus pluses in a loop. Okay. So then DST is currently pointing toward normal 0. We're completely skipping that. We're writing X to 1, 2, and then 3. And then we skip 4 and 5, and then we start writing at 6. So we skip 0. We have 1, 2, 3. Skip 4 and 5, and then we start writing 6, 7, 8. I don't think DST happens before the equals. I think the plus plus happens after the equals. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Unless he started this at, you know, this pointer minus 1. In which case he can keep that loop structure, and that would make sense. I think he's starting at 0 and then he's skipping 2 data points. But I don't know why he's skipping the 2 data points. Let's open up the A normal and see what happened. So here, it's just a table. It's a table, and it's exactly what you expect it to be. Just a bunch of position to fixed. And they should all be stacked one on top of each other, basically. Just a big vector. Lookup table. Okay, I'm going to stop torturing myself over that, and I'm just going to go off to the end of the function, which is drawing the polygon. Okay. So currently we have an animated structure, so we can't draw it with the unanimated code. I think we have to use this. Oh no, it's already been drawn, so we can use that. It'll only show the initial keyframe. But then how do we trigger the animation? Yeah. The DST++, I'm pretty sure, the ++ has to execute after the line has been executed. Okay, so if I want to start the animation, I run this code, and how do I stop this from... Okay, so I'm gonna have a code that displays the cube just as it is, just the normal... Okay, this is the draw command. I'm just gonna write that. Draw command. Right. We got the draw command. Okay, it's gonna be putting polygons down, and that's gonna be part of my. Where's my draw? Not here. Not here. There. Okay. So I've already got this thing going on over here, display model. And display model is, there we go. Okay, so if animating, draw animation, but how am I? Okay. Are we oh, we got the object. Oh, this could be quick. Okay, game object. Quickly. Where are you at? Render flag. Bull alive, right? Okay. Another bull. We're gonna do, no, it's not gonna be a bull. It's gonna be an integer, and it's gonna default to 0. Animation number render flag 0 is default. Wow, I just cannot type. What's going on here? Okay, so the constructor, where's the constructor? Oh, I gotta open up the game object.c. Create object, there we go. Set default animation Annie equals 0. Okay, so we have animation is equal to 0. And then for the input, I gotta change the input. Where's the input? Input. There we go. Where's my input at? I'm gonna use, do I have A? Does A not do anything? No, those are directionals. A, put stuff down. B, take stuff away. X, changes frame rate. Let's get rid of that. No. No, we're not doing that. Okay, X instead will trigger the animation. So, if we need game, do we have game objects? Why is collision part of this? I don't care anymore. Okay, game objects is indeed included in the header. I like that. I'll take that. Let's take the game object. List of objects. Take object, num object. Okay, there we go. Actually, let's look at the main function. How do I call that? Num object. Okay, so this is like a global type deal. We'll just take it. Okay, if num object greater than 0, then for objects, is it object or objects? Should be object. Okay. Object, num object -1 to get the index. Dot Annie equals 1. Is it dot or arrow? It's probably arrow. Okay, or, no, it's dot. Okay, shows what I know. And then it needs to be on a timer, but, I don't know what that timer is, so, let's just, Oh, I need to define the animation too, don't I? Okay. let's go ahead and in the main loop. Let me just initialize animation, I guess, or something. This is a lot of work for 3 AM, but I feel like we're close enough to getting it that I'm just going to do something hacky and get it at here. I feel like this can move up. I'd like to put all my variable declarations up the top and everything else on the bottom. So let me do animation for jelly. Okay, so let's take your example of animate. There we are. And I'm gonna have you hold my hand through this one. I want it to be true, which means the A rate is no longer an issue. So the start frame is going to be, I believe, 1, and the end rate is going to be what? Four? Or 9? Okay, here's the thing. I have 4 keyframes loaded up, but I want to play them going up from 1 through 4 and then 3, 2, 1. So basically, I want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then if you include the base state, it would be like 8 and 9. But how do I specify with this... Oh, this doesn't belong in C. That belongs in H. Over here. How do I specify the list of keyframes that I want to play in the animation? Okay, so I'll just play that in forward animation then. And then this is going to be of type, this is going to be a animation control. Is this going to be static probably? No, it's just going to be there. Animation control jelly underscore damage. Okay, so the animation block for jelly is there, and I'm just going to keep it there as kind of a hacky way to do it. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Okay, what am I thinking? What am I thinking? What am I thinking? Is it the render code? Display model. Okay. So my draw, there we go. Ah, there we are. So if what? Object index dot what was it? It wasn't animation control. Come on, I just wrote this. Definitely slowing down due to the fatigue. I admit that. Annie. Just Annie. It's equal to 0. else if, okay, this part, and then that will be this animation thingy over here. It's going to be the entity. Come on. Yep. And then the animation control is going to be jelly damage. And let's go back to that input and allow me to flip it off again. Oh, I know. Is going to be equal to... Oh, crap. Minus... Okay, it's going to be 1 minus whatever it is right now. So if it's 0, then it's become 1. If it's 1, it's going to become 0. There we go. That's a simple switch. The definitions for that... What? Okay, Ponut, help me out here. What do you mean by they have to be global? Back in main, okay. So I put the animation here, and I should move that somewhere. So display model is where it is, and it should probably move, but whatever. Okay. So why don't I just put it in my draw? Or no, I'll do it in the function loading. But then the animation control, how is that going to retain? Is that actually going to retain itself? Or is there like a master animation control I can call on? Okay. So I'll make it global. Global. Is that how you write that? I'm pretty sure that's not how you write that. Oh, okay. Yeah. Jelly animation. Oh my goodness. I'm definitely getting tired. There we go. And then we just load it up like that. And imagine. Okay, there we go. So jelly damage is there. True. Start frame 1 to 4. Then whatever that is. Animation should already be included as part of Z-Stream Tools because I changed Z-Stream Tools to do that. So technically this probably should maybe work. Oh, come on, man. Oh, of course there's errors. Okay, what's going on here? So we got a line. Okay, just all these lines over here. Not a structure. Okay, does it not recognize that jelly damage is an animation control? Which is defined in animate.h, which is included. Oh, that part's not necessary. No, no, it is. It was very necessary. Also, I probably should have included it up here. So, include animate.h. Probably necessary. Is it not linked? It's probably not linked. You're right. Oh, crap. No, I didn't want to press that button. Let's look at the mate file. What's in here? Everything except what I just made. I should know better. Animate.c. Is that where I put it? No, it is not. It's in with the rest of the crap. Which kind of makes it not very useful. Here, let me move it into ZTream. So I got to close this, and take both the animates, move them into ZT. There we go, and the make file, and come on, typing. Yeah, I saw that. Let's try that. Well, at least these errors make a little bit more sense. Okay, in main, line 93. That should work perfectly. Current address, shadows, a global declaration. What? That was working code. Why is it not working anymore? Oh, because animate has a current address somewhere, right? No. This should work fine because this is the only place it seems to show up. Right? Huh. It's only here. Oh! Huh, what do you know? Okay, never mind. Incompatible types argument 1 of display animated model. Main C129. Is that because I'm not using a pointer? It's probably because I'm not using a pointer. Ampersand? That's probably it. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay. Maybe it was a star? Unary. Okay, let's go back and figure out what all that was. Hey, guess what? All of the errors are in anorm and animate. Oh boy. Wow, I can't even scroll up to the top of all these errors because there's so freaking many of them. They all look like the same thing. Included twice. Where is it included twice? Okay, make file. Where's anorm? Let's just call anorm.h. Find in all current document. I'm not looking for that. Is it anorm.h or is it anorm something else? What was it? It's anorm.h. Is it not included at all? It's definitely included over here. Oh, it's because it's case sensitive, isn't it? anorm.h. Find in all open documents. So it's included in animate.h. and in this comment, but nowhere else. Well, actually, I need to open up these files to actually search them. I'm sure one of these guys is going to have them included somewhere. Probably common. No, it's not in here. What? Load model? Tools. anorm.h. All open documents. It's literally only an animate. Okay, let's try that again. I don't know how, but we managed to just completely... Oh, what now? Oh boy. To the top. No, it's not that. Well, actually, maybe it is that. I don't know. It actually, now that I think about it, it's probably exactly that, isn't it? Because anorm is all caps for some freaking reason. Anorm. Okay, let's try that. I'm not in the right folder. What is your complaint now? Initializer element is not constant. Anorms 101. What do you mean it's not constant, though? These are all constants. Yes, it makes absolutely none sense. Like, move vector anorms right up into animate.h. Let's try that. And we'll not include it. That didn't help. You just move the arrows further inward. Initializer element is not constant. Is it because it's a function? I can't see anything above that. That's the problem. Let's open up animate.c and put it up there. Yeah, that's not doing me any favors. Initializer for element is not constant. It really doesn't. I don't know why it's not working. Well, I mean... Oh, okay, this... I don't think that should affect it, but... Oh yeah, everything in Animate is throwing flags like crazy though. Like, not even just the anorm. Yeah, but again, remember, like, this is a copy and paste of your code that presumably works though. So the only thing I did is added white space in comments. Well, yeah. which in C should do absolutely nothing to the compilation. So yeah, animate line 173. Let's close this. There we go. Its very first issue is with a syntax error before the star token here. This is its first problem, is just the declaration of the function, which is identical to this guy over here. What's O? I don't feel like I will. I feel like I'll be very upset. I'm not even gonna say anything about that. Hey, well, while we're here, let's unscrew up what I just screwed up. Let's go ahead and include anorm.h. Let's get rid of this stupid hacky way of fixing it. Let's run it from main. Okay, at least these errors make marginally more sense. Syntax error before entity T in the header. Here. What's the syntax error? Of course. In fact, I don't even need to do this. I need to do this. This should be fine. Maybe I also need the Z-Stream tools. Does Z-Stream normally need a mutual include like that? Z-Stream doesn't seem to need a mutual include if it's just being included like normal from common. See, it's over here. It's being treated the same way like load model would be treated. Load model doesn't even have any includes in the header. Really? Okay. Okay, let's put it here. And then I'll take it, the emphasis out, or take the include out here. There we go. Okay, well, animate should have ZT common now, but I think I need to move animate up then to the main folder. Oops, crap. No, I didn't want that. Okay, let's close out animate, move it back up. Try to make it work proper. Okay. Save that. Try again. Now we have fewer errors to sort through. So it doesn't like jelly damage because I didn't include it. I definitely need to split off these variables or functions. Okay. This is a much smaller list. 130. Jelly damage and object. Okay. It didn't like that. I think it wanted this because this entity should already be a pointer. Because that's how I stored in game object. Now what? Load reference 94. That's a warning. Okay. Shadow declaration here. It's just nothing but error or warnings. But okay, here's an error. Animate H. anorm.h. No file found. Oh, because it's in ztream. No. Frame rate is undeclared. First use in this function. In animate.c. So, frame rate. Am I literally going to include main? That doesn't make any sense. No. Yeah, but that should already be, what do I do? Do I make this external, global, what? I think external will do it. That didn't do it. Undeclared. Nope. Global? Oh boy. I mean, why not just shove these guys directly into Animate or something like that for now? Because this guy's already including Animate, so let's just do that. Yeah, okay, there we go. Syntax error before line 13 on animate. Oh, it's this needs to be below it. We're gonna slowly stumble our way into working code. Declaration of current address. That's a warning. That's a warning. Oh, this is the same error as before. Oh, did I keep that in there? Yeah, I'm definitely losing it right now. Syntax error before token. 47. How did this keep happening? Something happened when I made new lines, and I guess I overwrote something. Game object 40. Game object should have an integer, and it should be allowed to be set to set to 0. But it needs to belong to an object first. That would make sense. Oh, okay. Almost got there. A norms. Multiple definitions. And C and main. First defined here. It is? Since when? What? What's uh-oh? Oh, we're playing that game? Are we playing Whack-A-Mole with includes? Okay, let's see what direction we're going in. First off, find in all open documents. It's in main and it's in animate. So that looks valid to me. So now let's try include what? Anorm .h. It's only in animate.h. So anorm is coming in from animate.h. Animate.h is coming into animate.c and main.c. So it should be pretty straightforward one-way includes. Is anorms not sanitized? Anorm should be sanitized. Is it not? Yeah, it's sanitized. There it is. This vector. Let's see if there's multiple declarations of this. Maybe that happened. Only happened here. In animate, it's not there. Alright, and that's just that. And it's not here. Animate that C into animate. Okay. We don't call it here, do we? No, we do not. Alright. Let's try that. Quit that. Is this actually going to compile? Yes, it is. Holy crap. Okay, let's, all hands on deck. Oh boy. Jelly. Jelly? There's jelly. Okay, animate. Oh, like, I'm at a loss for words. Start. Stop. Start. 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 Okay, there we go. Stop. Not as responsive as I'd like it to be. Start. Stop. Start. See, I press X and it doesn't... Oh, I think there's a timer on inputs. That's why. I've sanitized the inputs with a timer so they can't just button mash. Because I was creating too many objects at once. When I had A button creates objects, X is in the same sanitization loop as A, so I can only start and stop animations every quarter second, maybe half second, probably half second. But yeah, there it is. There's a jiggly little jelly for all 19 people left. That's there we go, guys. That's animation. I think one last thing before we're done. I think I need to be able to reset it to its basic keyframe. So, Ponut, do you remember how to reset the okay, well, let's close out of this first. One last thing. I want to make sure that it resets to its basic thing before it's done. It's very appropriate music to happen at this moment. What is that? Oh, okay. It's the ending for Sonic Mania. Okay, so let's do that. Let's animate. It's, where do I do it? Oh, okay. So there's jelly damage, and there's jelly probably not damage. Jelly neutral is okay. Quick spelling check. Is it EU? Neutral. I would imagine 0. I want to say 0. I think 0 would be the keyframe. We'll find out. So first off, with the definition, animations for jelly. We're gonna find out if this breaks it, because I want it to reset before I'm actually done today. So inputs. So there we go. That time delay is why it was slowing down on me, because I don't want it to go too fast. But input delay. Where are you at? I know I defined you somewhere. 0.2 fixed. Let's make that half. Let's instead of 0.2, we can do. It's fine. That's probably fine. I'll leave it alone. I don't want to mess with that. What I do want to mess with is U. No, X. U. Oh no, not U. Line 96. Oh yeah, that's right. Nice catch, pre-compiler, compiler, Ponut. Thing is, I figured the base object would be the basic keyframe. If this doesn't work, what we do is we just go back and we render the keyframe 1 as the basic object. But I'm not going to do that today. I'm going to see if this works, and if not, I'm just going to go back to what I had and be done with it. So here, I'm going to comment out this line, do this line, and see if it breaks. Okay. Don't you dare. You run. You run and you like it. Make the bed. Oh god, okay, that didn't work, that was a mistake, everything was a mistake, I regret everything. Okay. You know what? It's so close to being done. I feel like we can just fix this. We can just fix this and have it be over with. Okay, animation. Animate, where are you at? No? You. Okay. Here's how we're gonna fix this. There. Okay, it's gonna be from 1 to 1. 1 is gonna be our main keyframe. We're gonna do 2 to 5. Do I need to do that? Like, I feel like just having 1 and just false. All right, let me go grab that code and it really A rate 1. Is it gonna be A rate 1 or is it start frame 1? A rate 1. Okay, yeah. Equals 0. I'll trust your judgment on this one, and let's just run through. Let's run through that export code real quick, just one more time. So what do we need to do? Go to 3D models. And we're going to export this as 1. This is now 1. Also, Z-Forward should probably be... real quick, let's just look at the Sonic... Oh crap, not that one. I just want to really quick look at... what was it? There we go. What the forward was for the Sonic model. The forward is minus Z forward and up is Y up. Okay, so why does his go forward and mine not? Okay, whatever. Let me see, man. I just want to get the right size here so you guys can see what I'm doing. Okay. That's going to be keyframe 1, and then this is going to be... Come on, come on, come on, come on. Keyframe 2. Export object. 3. Four. And then final is going to be definitely feel myself slowing down. Okay, that should be it. So let's go through the exporter, model exporter. My 3D models here. Type. Grab all these guys and these guys. Copy it into in jelly. Oh wow, I forgot I made like way too many of these. Oh, vent valve. Wow, it is super late for new people to be jumping in the stream, but welcome. We're just trying to finish up. Thank you for the follow. What am I doing? I am going to be re-exporting my jelly model with a new number of keyframes. Now there's 5. I will be using SGL. I'm going to have a scale of... Was I just using a scale of 1 before? Was that what was happening? I think so. I'm going to keep using 1. In/jelly. And I will need the name of the file is just jelly. And there it is, I think. Oh, okay. I'm okay with that. Yeah, that looks normal-ish. I mean, normal is not the right word for what that is, but it looks right. Did that export properly? It was written just now, so I assume yes. Okay, good. Now let's go back into Seniriu and drop the file in. Replace it. And then we can go back in. Alright. Let's see if that'll run. I mean, the code has to compile because nothing changed. You don't stop that. Syntax error before jelly neutral. Line 94. Oh, well, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Can't fault that. Input. No, it's not input, it's my draw. I want to change my draw. Yeah, okay, that's still good. Alright. Jelly. Okay, that's the baseline jelly, but it feels like it's tilted, but I can't tell. Also, where's the blue part? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, back up. Where's the... Okay, there's the blue part. Okay, let me try placing new one. New jelly. There? No. There? No. Oh, it's in the back. I'm placing it back. It's facing away from me. I can handle that, though. Also, I need to rotate the texture, probably. Yeah, it looks like what has to happen. Now let's rotate. Why are they both rotating? I don't like that they're both rotating. Okay, they're both twitching. I'm okay with that. I don't like that they're both twitching. I want only one to twitch. Why are they both twitching? Okay, let's quickly examine this mystery. I'm probably not going to solve it, but I think I'm just about ready to give up for the night, because I'm definitely slowing down. Animated model. I think it's because I'm directly... all the objects that I create share the same entity. And I think that's the problem, is that if I'm overwriting the entity inside of this display animated draw function. Yeah. So I need to make a new entity for each object I create. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fair. Or at the very least, but no, that shouldn't matter. Because the entity contains all the data, and the draw should happen for each one. Let me see. I should only be changing the animation of one at a time, which means in the main draw function. Oh, thanks for the follow, Arrow Weary. Clearly I'm not in a state to try and figure out why it shouldn't happen, but I don't think it should happen. The entity should contain all the information I need, and the display animated model function should be being run iteratively through every object in the index. So if I'm changing this number here, then... Oh, another follow. Oh, hi, Harmless Tech. Harmless Tech? See, I'm losing it. Sorry about that, Harmless Tech. Thank you for the follow as well. But what I think is happening, or what I think should be happening, is even if I'm directly changing the P data, the P data should be changing back on the next run of this loop after I'm done running this code, unless this code is somehow running in parallel and I can't stop it in time. Animation ID for all of them. Am I? I don't think I am. I think when I what do you mean the animation ID? Because I have an animation flag that should be only flipped for the most recent one. But the animation ID, each animation is defined separately. This is a problem I'm going to solve in the next stream. I think for now, we're going to close up shop. I'm going to go ahead and see if we can't raid another channel and let myself get some sleep and think about this problem, and then I'll probably bother Ponut on Discord about this problem some more. But we should acknowledge, or at least I want to acknowledge, that we managed to get animations working inside my engine, which is nice. I mean, it was pretty much mostly Ponut's work, but you know. Okay, yeah. So, basically the solution to this is to eat up more memory by probably putting more entities on screen, because this is a parallel processing problem where we have a synchronization problem, where the master CPU that I'm running all this logic on is not allowing the slave CPU to catch up on whether or not animation's happening on each individual entity. So, more entities are needed. Which is unfortunate, but what are you gonna do? Anyway, let's go ahead. Who's up so I can actually raid? Go pirate software. Yeah. Okay, so Go Pirate is actually hosting me, which is interesting, which means I need to find a new person to host. Uh, Who else on the pirate crew is up? Oh, Slap. There we go. You guys want to watch some guy play some games? Let's go find out what he's up to. He's on Destiny 2. Alright guys, get prepared for a raid. So yeah guys, don't forget there is a Sega Saturn game competition happening, so don't forget to check that out. That'll be in the description below, that'll be in the description in YouTube and in Twitch. But for now, let's go ahead and raid Slap in Destiny 2. See you guys next week.
Thank you so much for that host and raid. How the heck are you? Yar. How are you? Thank you so much for the host. What were you doing today? How was your stream? It's nice to meet you.
It's called the Sexy Sword. I actually don't know the name of the sword. All I know is that it's a master.
Dead tired? How long were you streaming today? What did you do? What sorts of fun shit did you work on? I've been helping my buddy do his Solstice armor.
And I've not used it in combat yet. Otherwise, because it apparently has a secondary effect that I can only decipher once I'm in combat.
Was programming and animated stuff for a Sega Saturn game? That sounds really cool as shit. Wait. God, Sega Saturn. Gone too soon. KO, thoughts, real quick. Sega Saturn.
Yes.
What'd you think?
Dope as fuck.
Man,
ahead of its time.
Very, very much ahead of its time. I agree.
Sega Saturn and the Dreamcast, both ahead of their time, actually.
It's a shame. It really is. That brings up a good question, though. How many games, systems or otherwise, do you think were just like inherently ahead of their time?
Quite a few. Sega Game Gear being anything made by Sega, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Watch your sword be cursed. It tries to kill you if you. Well, I bought it off of somebody who was using it, so that's not it.